Alright, already on get going. Be warned, guys. I am running on 3 to 4 hours of sleep. Mainly from my own decisions, but it is what it is. So I'm going to be mildly dead today, I warn you. I don't know if I'm going to get that thing where like you barely slept and you get like the second wind, you know, for a little while. And then just crash. Or if I'm just going to be the zombie for 5 hours. So I apologize. This may not be as entertaining as normal, but we'll see how this goes. If I'm going to be honest, I stayed up late working on a bunch of server shit, and then I stayed up even later because I wrote like an entire fucking huge backstory for a Stellar Civilization for upcoming roleplay game, which came out absolutely fantastic, might I add, but I didn't finish it till like 6 a.m. So, do I regret my decision? Absolutely not. Not one bit. Am I tired as shit and barely functioning even with coffee? Absolutely. So be warned. Yeah. How's it going, Gil? What's up, man? Always good to see you. Hope all is well. So when we left off last time, we had just successfully conducted a war against the Pigu, who in the roleplay had been a hive of scum and villainy after they had given refuge and worked with the Red Pirates, which originally had been in the ports of the Orisa to ourselves, our old enemy. But when we took the war to them with our character's grandfather, a very strong and great leader, he put them to the sword and drove the Orisa from the ocean. Those pirates sailed to the Pigu and there found refuge in their ports, and as such, we were forced to go to war with them. This war was done by our mother, the regent, before we came of age. And she was a religious zealot. She was very hardcore, and as such, their queen was executed by drowning in the harbor of their capital. Pretty brutally, may I add. So we're just off the tail end of that. I also did a post at the end after the game was over. We gotta go talk to Kill in a minute. Let me show you guys the post I made after the end. I don't think I was streaming when I made that. Man, the EU4 statements have gotten pretty fucking cool in the last week. You know, so many RPG games going on at the same time. Mage, I am fully addicted to roleplay games. I think that should be very clear right now. I'm really struggling to enjoy playing anything that's not that at all. So, yes. We're about the recent toxicity on the Discord. Keep the head high. Send love from Ireland. I appreciate it, Hughes. Appreciate it, man. It's been shitty. We'll get over it. It's been a rough couple of weeks. I don't care about myself, right? Like I think I'm fairly capable of dealing with shitty people and stress because I've been in a lot of situations where that's the case. What I don't like and what I'm not gonna accept is my staff being treated that way. That is what I cannot accept. Like if people want to be toxic to me, I don't like it. I can deal with it, and I can deal with it, right? Mentally. But people who I don't pay, who work for me or for help the server out of the goodness of their heart, not putting up with them being treated like shit. So that's where my big issue came from. Just saying. All right, I'm gonna show you guys what we have here. And more. Try a roleplay on a DayZ server. It's amazing. Like, are you being ironic? Because it sounds like it would be really toxic. I used to play them some DayZ servers in Arma 2 when it was a mod, and bad. All right. It's been 6 months since the end of the War of the Pigu, and the people of Bengal are ecstatic with the demise of the pirates and the end of the harsh times in the land of the Sultanate. The aid of the Hindu Maharaja to the south, which is the Vijayanagara, did much to make the Hindu people of Bengal hold less anger towards the Sultanate, whose harsh Muslim policies angered the primarily Hindu people of the kingdom. The young Sultan knows that he is on thin ice, as many of the nobles have recently rebelled and are planning again, and religious tensions have flared. In a great parade in the capital, a statue of the Maharaja was shown off to the people. I showed a picture of here. Both showing the strength of the alliance with the Southerners and the Sultan's respect for the Hindu faith. At the end of the ceremony, the Sultan began a pilgrimage on foot to Varanasi, where he honored the sacred Ganges as a show of respect. This will not fully heal the divide, but it's a good start. While he was on this great journey, there are rumors that the fated Admiral Ajim has begun to gain huge power at court in the Sultan's absence. He is a devout Buddhist who has gained the respect of the religious leaders for fighting against his own kin in Pigu, who are Buddhist, and winning. The Admiral's defeat of the pirate fleet and delivering the red flag to the Sultan have made him arguably the most famous and powerful vassal in all of Bengal. As the king returns to the capital, he will have many problems to deal with abroad in elsewhere. So the Sultan went on a pilgrimage to Varanasi, and he's just getting back, and his court is very complicated right now for a lot of reasons. So we've got a lot of problems to deal with. There are a bunch of other really good posts. We're not going to read them all, but if you're ever interested in reading like the history of these games and what's been going on in them, if you join the Discord and like go in the statements channel for the different games, you can see everything people write. Which it's really good, man. I have really become pleased with how much work people are putting in, man. It's really cool. So anyway, what's up, Denise? What's up, Fenrir? I just ban people who annoy me. Twitch mod privilege. Yes, that's true. Unrelated, Mage, do you have a Discord? Because there's something I want to do of an upcoming roleplay with some of my some of my Twitch mods. I want to message you about it. If not, totally fine. I can send you a DM in Twitch. I think there's a DM system. I just never use it. But there's an upcoming roleplay that I would like a couple of my Twitch mods to kind of like be involved with if they're up for it. So I want to talk to you and a couple other folks about that. Just heads up. You're watching me from Finland. Very nice. Invitation from Jumper. Do you have Discord? Yeah, just you can either DM me. I don't know. I think my Discord's on there. Just join the Discord. Let me know. I'll shoot you a DM about it. I think it's I got a pretty cool plan for Solaris roleplay, and if you or some of my other mods are going to be there for it, I got a thing I want to do it, which I think will be pretty interesting. So we'll see. All right. So our current Sultan is not great. He's a 0, 6, and 1. Absolutely top tier diplomat. He's a very charismatic man. As soon as he is in the room with another person, he is easily able to get them on his side and work with them. However, the man has no administrative capacity. His ability to run a trade empire is almost non-existent, although he's very good with trade and understands the basic when it comes to actually administering the taxation system involving it and overseeing the bureaucrats and officials of Bengal. It just doesn't happen. He's also definitely not a very, definitely not a really good military folks. Yeah, Moose, let me hit you up about that as well. I'll shoot you. Actually, Moose, I'll shoot you a DM about it. I'll shoot you what I sent Wata. I asked Wata to do it first, but he doesn't understand the game well enough, which I totally get. So I'll shoot that message to you real quick, Moose. The one named Harambe. Cool. All right, got that down. Perfect. Appreciate it. Just saying, I gladly do it. I just don't know shit about stars. No, I understand what that. I appreciate you telling me. You know, being honest. So, it's not really going to involve like mechanics of stars. It's entirely like a role play situation regarding what I want to do. So I just think it would make things more interesting because yeah, I wrote a pretty intense backstory on it. I will copy and paste the ungodly amount of fucking text I wrote as well. Let me go find it. We'll see. I won't copy and paste like my mega backstory I stayed up till 6 a.m. writing last night until like I know that a person's interested in what I'm talking about. So we'll see. Anyway. Cool. Moose, you're interested in what I DM'd you then? Cool. All right, Moose is down. I think Major's down too, so we'll get that set up for the Solaris roleplay. I think that'll be fun as fuck. All right. Unfortunately, Moose, you have agreed. One second, guys. I'll get into the EU4 roleplay, but I want to handle this real quick. I am Moose. Have you read the backstory I put in the Solaris reservations channel? All right, I will copy and paste it then. Bear with me. This is what I stayed up till 6 a.m. writing. Where is it? All right, I'm good. Your sister joined the Discord? Hell yeah, what the? Isn't your sister like the total G who's like almost like a professional skier and wants to be a lawyer? Isn't it that sister? Okay, so we also have very good relations with the Vizhyangar, and the old player we played with in the first session didn't come back, but Z did, I think, switch over, so we do have a player on there, which will be interesting. Yes, we do. So we'll have to talk with him a bit. Generally speaking, right now, after the war, our mother was a zealot, and she caused a lot of internal problems, but all things considered, in many ways, she was a very strong sultana. As such, it's a very big change of pace that Sultan Saifuddin Hamza, I'm gonna call him Sultan Shahi, was now the leader, because his lack of administrative ability comes at a very bad time. In the last session, I talked about the fact that the first Sultan we played, although he was in many ways a very great man, he won wars against our old enemies, he expanded the borders, and he built up relations with many foreign, both Muslim and foreign powers in order to make trade flow. However, he also dramatically decentralized control within Bengal, meaning that the mint cities, as well as the local municipalities and bureaucratic hubs outside the capital, were given a lot of power in order to allow the Sultan to fight the wars that he needed to. And although that Sultan did plan on reforming that and centralizing the bureaucracy, he unfortunately died much earlier than he had planned and was unable to do that. His son, our father, did much to try and reform that system, as well as he made a formal proclamation saying that he would take on the pirates and Pigu, after which he died. And in the roleplay, he was assassinated by the Pigu, basically infiltrated the court. As such, there have now been two leaders that have tried to reform the bureaucratic decentralization that is just widespread in Bengal, and they both failed. The current leader, who looks like he may last a little bit longer, is completely incapable of doing that. He's zero administration, and that means he is going to be, even if he tried, completely incapable of doing that, meaning that the bureaucratic decentralization, the religious decentralization will continue to get worse. So our really only hope relies in his diplomatic ability, which in the context of EU4 represents trade ability, trade competence, maritime confidence, and of course diplomatic ability. So we will have to really double down on our trading practices, promoting trade in India and with our foreign partners, and continuing to build the alliances we have abroad, because that's the only thing we have. Our first trade is righteous. So we are very well respected in Bengal. A lot of that is probably due to the fact that Sultan Shahi has done much to try and solve the religious issues that came about with his mother, the Sultana. So although he is a very respected leader in many ways, especially for his diplomatic ability, it is also well known that he doesn't have the capacity to reform the current systems, and as such, we'll probably have to deal with a lot of very disloyal estates in the roleplay and internal factions which will try and take advantage of him. So it will be interesting to see how this moves forward. That sister, my one and only sister, hell yeah. Damn it, Ham, you know if you play anything India, I have to make butter chicken that day. Oh, I'm so sorry that I'm going to make you make a delicious food, Tingle. Sounds horrible. Sounds horrible. Convert to Sikhism. Sikhism's really interesting, but no, I'm role-playing basically a secular Islam. So we are gonna role-play the Sultanate of Bengal. I'm not gonna convert any provinces the whole game, if I can help it. And we're just gonna role-play being very secular. So we have a policy instituted by our grandfather, which is that for every mosque, we build one Hindu temple and one Buddhist monastery in order to keep the religious peace, which has been done very effectively until our mother, the regent, the Sultana, who was a zealot and did harm a lot of those issues. So anyway, we've got a bit of backstory now. Let me go see if I missed anything in the EU4 stuff. We'll go make a post in just a moment. EU4, I am going to do a lot more like public statements kind of stuff until a later game when it gets really busy. CK3 part ended? Yes, it did, Denise. We're going to go on to EU4 in 2 weeks from yesterday. We're going to take a week off to work on the converter, and then we'll be back with EU4. We will go ahead and take organized construction. Our current priority for the current Sultan, who is a young man still, only 20 years old, is to basically begin to build up our trade power. Yet again, we have another conflict and another war to the south. We'll send the army. We're going to have to rely upon our generals. As I said before, we are not a military man, and we know it. So we will be entirely dependent on the loyalty of our generals to ensure that militarily we're able to do what we need. I will put half of our fleet in Burma, and the other half we will put in Malacca. We'll begin to push trade from the eastern region to our trade hub in Bengal. During this time period, the southern Bengal city, which I think was Dhaka, it was actually estimated to be the 5th most populous city on Earth due to the prosperity from Bengal's trade power, essentially. In real life, it was the 5th most populous city in the world and was known for being one of the most prosperous. So we are a very, very rich country. We have a lot of internal problems religiously, but in terms of trade and economics, due to the mint city system and our trade ships, which during this time period in real life were built much better than most in Asia, which allowed our ships to travel to ports and make trading journeys that many other groups just were simply unable to do. The ships of Bengal were well known to travel to even really distant ports like in China or over in the Arabian coastline, which no real other nation in Asia at this time was at least documented to have been doing. So we're very unique in that regard. Love writing? Hell yeah. Wait, are you gonna be Bengal in EU4 Grand Campaign? No. This isn't a Grand Campaign. This is just an EU4 game we're playing. Alright, we've got reports that our military has engaged those rebels in the south. We won't get word of their victory probably for several weeks at the very least, so hopefully they succeed. Once these rebels are dealt with, I am going to write out like a formal post about something, because I'm really enjoying writing this, to be honest. You guys may start to see me write a lot more like text shit for roleplay, because I'm really enjoying it right now, so just heads up. If you're like, I just want to see you fight battles in map paint, it's probably not going to happen for a wee bit. Just a heads up. Hydration, sure. We have engaged the other rebel army in the borderlands. These are regions that we took from Pigu and their pile of allies. Morocco and the southern area was well known, their ports were well known to harbor pirates, but thankfully, in that war, we sunk the pirate fleet entirely. I will go for that in case I want to use it in the future. I returned, but it is not with the most uplifting news. What's up, Krillin? I'm sorry to hear that. I wrote 15 pages about Pakistan, Afghanistan, the Taliban, but no one to flex my information. Mage, are you done with that 30 pages of writing you waited to the last minute to do? I assume you've already gotten through that since your deadline, I think, was like almost immediately. A designer of the Greenland flag died. That's fucking sad, man. I didn't realize when was the Greenland flag designed? Since '85. It's that recent. I didn't realize that. Is that when they got their like semi-autonomy status from Denmark? Because I know they're still technically in Denmark, but it's like a gray area. The declining power of the Brahmins. More than any of our casting influence of the Brahmins is dependent understanding with the Hindu faithful. It has been hard to determine a precise cause, but they have come to be seen less as the custodians of Vedic doctrine and more as a rich and corrupted intrigue makers. Combined with poor political maneuvering and a lack of favor in the eyes of the Sultan, the Brahmins have been losing both power and influence. They're the Kingdom of Denmark, but not Denmark, yes. Since Greenland cannot survive on their own, yes. But they have like almost total autonomy, I believe, if I remember correctly. All right, we're running a really big surplus. Now, our mother built several mosques, which I think did rub many people the wrong way religiously. So we'll continue to promote trade by building up the trade hubs that we currently have available to us. Opium. Oh my gosh, we have opium.
Yo, Hamo, out of up here?
Yes.
I have to go, man. My fucking girlfriend is like acting up again. It's fucking stupid.
You know, she's just mad that, you know, I'm not gonna say it on stream, but yeah, I got you, man. She's jealous of the roleplay. Because, you know, she said it was cringe, but deep down, we both know she wants nothing more than to join these games and roleplay out a 15th century trade republic in India. So she's just coping, man. That's all it is.
I know, man. I'm getting annoyed with this, honestly.
No, you have to tell her, you have to be like, babe, listen, I understand that what I'm doing is just so cool that you can't take it. You need to be involved. And just be like, hey, I'm happy to teach you how to roleplay these historical games. That's my advice.
But then she says like, this is cringe. Like
she's saying that as a defense mechanism because she realizes how cool it is, and she's mad at herself for not finding it sooner and playing it. That's all it is.
Yeah.
Because internally she's like, oh damn, man, EU4 and EU4 Roleplay, it's just so cool. I should have found this years ago. I've been wasting my life.
I know. It's just like,
yeah, man.
I was excited to play today, and now like this shit again.
There's always next time. It's not like this is a one-off event we'll never do again, man. These are every week. You're fine.
I know. It's just like kind of shitty for you guys because like I said I join and then I gonna leave again. It's like, you know, I feel kind of stupid when I do it all the time.
I get that, man, but you gotta remember, life always comes first, and your girlfriend comes over a video game, right?
Yeah, true.
You're fine, man. All right.
I'm really sorry.
Good luck. And like I said, if you want her to learn more about how to roleplay, you know, I'd say just teach her. You know, I'm really convinced that she just deep down wants so much to play these, but she can't let herself play something so cool. You know?
Yeah, I know. And said she plays fucking WoW.
She plays WoW?
Yeah.
And she's talking shit on fucking Paradox games?
Yeah, she is. She is.
Now that is what I call cringe. All right, man. Well, good luck with the girlfriend.
Thank you, man.
Yep.
I'm really sorry again.
No, you're fine, dude. Don't worry about it.
All right. See you later. Maybe I can make it to the rehost if you do it like in 2 hours or something.
Yeah, no worries, man. Good luck.
All right. Have done.
His girlfriend's balding. She just thinks it's so fucking cool. That's what it is. Shall I go in complete case if I wasn't here? Fairly accurate, yes. What's up, Flames here? They are the, I read that. 44 Papa level Greenland is Dominion. Yeah, I figured. Well, the women argument, what do you mean by that? What's up, Emperor? I don't like toxic communities as you hear the echoing voice from the septic tank. Fuck. God damn it, man. Yeah, you're right. Paradox do be like that. It do be like that, Tingle. You right. As the AI fucking map painting, I'll enter your war, but who are we even fighting? Our allies to the west have called us. They're good friends. We will, of course, join. We are gonna have to fight. It's the Malwa. We don't have the manpower for this, so I am gonna stay at home. I'm sure they'll understand. I can't send troops when there are so few. Our nation has been absolutely destroyed by the wars we fought with the pirates to the southeast, so we have to be very careful here. If he demands me to send troops, I will, but until that point, We will keep our army at home, especially given these recent rebel attacks. Is there a CPU requirement for hosting? There is a download-upload requirement for joining us. For hosting, sorry. Nah, I'm not gonna play fucking Avengers and take down like the mega blobs. All right, we're gonna run out of diplomatic post. Ooh. Eager to take the fight to his hated enemies, the Ming Empire have retreated to his new home within the Forbidden Palace to make preparations for the next military conflict. Incoming reports about Manchu loyalists in the Hangzhou area suggest that the Ming military is in disarray. The Manchu players invading China right now, like historically happened during this time period. All right, we're gonna write a chunky post. A capital without power. The recent era of Bengalese expansion has not come without a price. Although recent history included many powerful sultans and sultanas, their recklessness with giving power away from the capital and decentralizing the bureaucracy has now fallen onto the shoulders of a man barely able to manage the dealings of his capital city, let alone the trading kingdom. Sultan, I will fix the spelling, I promise. I just like the flow, you know, and I fix my spelling. What's his name? Sultan Shahi. Sultan Shahi. Although his mind for diplomacy and trade is without equal, fails at even the most basic of ledger reading and administration. Oops. As such, he is unable to continue the half-complete reforms of his father, who was attempting to rein in the many factions in the country before his assassination. The young Sultan, instead of addressing his weakness, has focused entirely on the expansion of trade markets and has set up a rudimentary diplomatic corps run by himself and the state. The goal of this institution is to facilitate agreeable relations with current allies and with new trading partners. As the ships of Bengal continue to move further from their home ports, it is necessary to ensure their safety and safe passage through unknown waters. Admiral Najim has become an even more powerful individual and begins to grow bold, questioning the young Sultan's decisions at council meetings and demanding the Navy's military strength be prioritized over tradecraft. A situation is as complex as it is dire. All right. How's it going, Escova? What's up? Alright, now I need to fix my god-awful spelling issues. Spell checker in Discord is absolutely garbage, though, I will say that. Like, when I write anything, I just fucking flow, and it's just a series of, like, grammatical mistakes, so I really wish it was better, because I rely upon it so heavily. Spell check, that is. Perfect. Oh, we were being invaded while I was busy writing that, I think. But the war's over, so it's fine. Or at least they have retreated back to their own borders. We are going to go ahead and complete trade ideas with fast negotiations, giving us more caravan power and another merchant that we can send to foreign ports. When waffle stream, one day, it will happen. I do have waffle mix, you know. I think we're also going to be spending a lot of time with our wife, the Sultana, as she is very fertile. I mean, fucking. That's what I mean. Just to clarify that, in case you weren't certain. Oh my gosh. Alright, we will begin to build up the production capacity in the mint cities. Areas of our great trading kingdom, where valuable goods are produced both for domestic use and for exporting abroad through our many great merchant vessels. We will upgrade, first off, we will upgrade paper production, and then we're going to work on the silk and opium of India, which we will export to faraway lands. Now that this is done, since we are diplomatically focused, I am going to build a few more trade ships if we can get away with it. We are already over. What's the... It is kind of high. What if we mothball the Navy? Better. We need shipyards, but we don't get them until 8. How close are we? 3 techs away still. We're really behind on Diplotech, so we'll have to speed up on that. Good thing this isn't CK3, otherwise fertile equals broken realm. Yes, that is very true. But thankfully, there's primogeniture in this era. So, all right, we're going to go send a envoy to the Kill-Up player. Where is Kill-Up? Hello there. Great Sultan Ahmed. Are you there? It seems I have come at a bad time. I will leave you a note and return to the embassy. Sultan's predisposed. He's probably busy with his harem. I would be too if I was Sultan, I'll be honest. Message from the Bengalese envoy. Great Sultan. I came to the palace to speak with you. But you were disposed. Indisposed. Kindly call upon me when you are able, as my Sultan has a few things to discuss. Okay. He's busy. We'll give him a few minutes to hit us back, otherwise there are a few more people I want to go send some envoys to. Because again, Sultan Shahi is a very diplomatically focused man. So again, trade and diplomacy is how we will roleplay basically his whole life, as more or less the estates grow in power and we lose much of the centralization and power we have in the capital. As long as you only have one son, you can have as many children as you want. That's true, yes. Making my Stellaris Empire right now, have an amazing idea. Cerberus Protocol. Is that the one I'm thinking of, Emperor?
Hey, I must have just missed you.
Ah, hello there.
Welcome.
Hello there. I seem to have caught you at a bad time, but it is an honor to speak with you, great Sultan.
It appears I was suffering with a bout of the mute.
Ah, it is indeed not the best of situations. But I have come here as the permanent ambassador to your great kingdom after receiving a letter from the Sultan back in Bengal, who wished me to speak with you about a few things.
Proceed with these demands from the wise and...
The first question he had, and he has given me a fair degree of autonomy to speak for him in this regard, is that we had word that there was a letter sent to us, which never made its way to Bengal, as I believe the ship may have been taken by pirates as we were fighting a war with the pirates or something of that sort. But we heard through trading rumors that you had sent an envoy, which never made it to us. So my Sultan didn't wish to know what exactly it was you tried to communicate to the Sultanate of Bengal.
Having suffered from this recent hemorrhage to my brain, which caused the mute syndrome that you saw recently, we believe that it had something to do with the expansion of Christianity into a region co-occupied by both the Sultan and myself.
Are you speaking, who exactly are you speaking of?
Have you made contact with the Ottoman Sultan?
I have. We are aware of his presence and power. We've heard it from our friends in the Timurids as well as the Mamluks before they went dark, as we have not received any word from our envoy there for some time, and we do worry as to his safety.
Just decent.
Yeah, it'll sort itself out.
Have you then also heard of these self-acclaimed crusades on the state of the Ottomans?
I have heard that our faith has been under attack in the West from a region known as Europa, I believe. Something of that sort.
These same Europeans now have contacted us along the southern coast, and we just wished the Sultan of Bengal to be made knowledgeable and in the loop in regards to our combined...
These Europeans, what should my Sultan know of them? I mean, we trade with many in the West who in turn trade with them, but I do not believe Bengal knows much of these people. What should I tell my Sultan? Should we be worried? Are they a warlike people, a strong people, or are they traders that we can work with?
Made contact and attempt to set up trade with a country known as England, but we can't say for certain at this time. We are operating purely on the assumptions given to us by the Ottomans that they are not to be trusted.
Well, I think we're doing a rehost. Alright, let me figure out what's going on real quick, then we can keep role-playing. Where is Bulldog? What's the deal?
Because of multiple people desyncing and the crashes, we're just rehosting.
Sounds good. I know there's one or two other people who wanted to come, so.
Yeah, the Korea's finally here. He messaged me.
Viziangar wants to come back, so I think that we'll let him. And then if Z wants to bump on over to Miwar, if he wants to stay in India, that's fine.
Alright, that's fine.
I shoot him a quick DM. Alright, when you get that done, we can go ahead and throw it up in EU4 announcements. Also, do try and keep down like the number of pings with like the EU4 tag, just mainly for rehosts and stuff like that. Set up.
Yeah, that's what I did.
Yeah, sounds good. Just make sure. Yeah. Alright, where's Kill One? What's up, Pirate? I apologize about that. I had a Oh, Z, just heads up, the Viziangar player's coming back, the one from originally, so if you want to hop on over to me where it's open.
I just wanted to say that I have to dip.
Oh, well, alright, sounds good. That works out, I guess. Alright, I think we are good if we want to continue.
Yep. Just getting that new code in there.
So all of these rumors, all this knowledge, it comes entirely from the Ottomans then. Are you sure that information is reliable? I know that they are strong and a great sultanate, but I do not know enough to trust them, per se.
Having seen the false prophet of the Sultanate of the Mamluks, we are concerned that any vision amongst the Islamic faith will lead to catastrophe, so we're giving them a grain of salt.
Indeed. I have also heard, frankly, many disturbing rumors regarding them, as I know that they are a people more focused on war and expansion than prosperity, which is something that we find to be, frankly, very distasteful in Bengal.
The Mamluk Sultanate or the Ottoman Sultanate, to clarify?
The Ottomans.
Ah.
The Mamluks, I know that they have fought many wars, but they are protectors of the holy cities and have the title of Caliph. They have that right as the leaders of our religion.
Currently, the cities of both Mecca and Medina are under constant siege by rebels. The Mamluk Sultanate is not living up to its true title of Khalifa, and we are gravely concerned for our religious travelers wishing to complete the Hajj.
If our people could not make Hajj, then this is a tragedy and unacceptable. One last I heard from the Mamluks, it seemed that they had things very under control. What has changed?
Division in the houses of both the Sultan of the Mamluks and the Sultan of the Ottomans has led to great and disastrous ruins amongst the Mamluk kingdom. As we speak, various vassals and peasants and brigands of all sorts take to the streets and burn what was once a safe and prosperous empire to the ground.
This infighting does no good for our people. It was such infighting that led to the fall of the caliphate originally, and how we were shattered into pieces to be picked off by heathens. I am a secular man myself, as is the Sultan, but I'll be honest, I am much more religious than the Sultan himself, and although I respect his tolerance, we must always prioritize our faith above all others.
Primary current concern is re-establishment of safe passage to the holy cities of both Mecca and Medina. As we speak, we are currently routing a pirate force along the Somali coast and establishing a protectorate from which we can better govern the region and ensure safe passage for our travelers. We've also spoken with the Kingdom of Ethiopia. Though a Christian nation, they seem to be willing, at least in part, to do some amount of diplomacy.
We have
And then, like I
cooperated many
said-
times with those who do not share our faith to much betterment of our own capacity. So if working with these non-believers results in stability in the holy cities, then I think it is worthwhile. And I'm sure my Sultan would agree.
news from India?
My Sultan has successfully, finally purged the Red Pirates. They hid to our south originally, and they fled to the east, where we chased them. The great Sultana, the current Sultan's mother, she led a war against them, which, from what I've heard, was almost disastrous and very costly. But in the end, the pirate fleet is sunk, the queen is dead, and stability has come back to the great Sultanate of Bengal.
We've heard of the public execution. It has traveled far and wide. Death to the pirates.
The Sultana was perhaps a little heavy-handed, but she is a very religious woman. I know the Sultan is not as extreme as she is, so to put your fears at rest, there is a much more stable leader in Bengal now. One focused entirely on maintaining good relations with his friends such as yourself, and with allowing the trading ships of Bengal to sail as far as they may.
I bid your Sultan a fine blessing and hope for continued prosperity between our two great nations.
Indeed. Blessings upon your house, great Sultan. I will take my leave and write a letter to the Sultan. Is there anything you would explicitly have me ask of him? I'm sure he would love to do anything in his capacity to help facilitate the protection of the holy cities, whether it be gold or anything else.
Perhaps a wait and see approach. Does he have spies and scouts within the Arabian Peninsula?
I do not believe it is of much interest to the Sultan at this time, so I would doubt it, though I do not deign to know the goings-on of the Sultan.
Just bear in mind that aggressive action may need to be taken if the holy cities continue under siege. We would not wish these lands to fall into the hands of the Christians.
I will make that very clear to the Sultan, and if, in fact, the holy cities are under siege, I am sure, despite the secular nation of Bengal, the Sultan would dispatch troops to support you.
Assalamu alaikum, my friend.
Alaikum salam, brother. I will send a letter at once. With your grace, I will depart. Well, EU4 campaign started in 1300, so we're going to debate that next Saturday when we work on the converter, so we'll see what happens with it. Also, I missed some stuff here. I was a little focused on it. One way to get rid of unwanted males is to put them in command of a small force and send them into unwinnable battles. Yes, that's very true, Skova. It's not surefire method. You'd be surprised how often you survive like crazy battles. Like in the England campaign on Friday, like my leader Morcar led a bunch of troops to the Holy Land. His 4,000 troops got slaughtered by like a giant 13k stack of Muslims, like armies. 9 survived, and he was one of them. So it's battles like that. So it makes it more likely that they'll die, but they still really survive as often. That makes sense. I imprisoned the men, executed them, but 2 of them ran near the Caspian Sea. It's not a guarantee, of course, but just keeping the shit at the wall until it sticks. True. Also, how's it going, Pirate? I think I said hello earlier. There seems to be a lot of talk about Stellaris game. What is it about? It's going to be we're running a Stellaris game in, I think, around 2 weeks, a little around there. It's going to be for, like, the higher roleplay ranks, so the quality is really good. It's going to require a lot of backstories, so everyone's writing, like, paragraph, really in-depth, like, creative custom backstories for it, including myself, which is really detailed. I can throw the details of that civilization in chat if you want, but it's also in the Discord. What's up, Scythe? How you doing? I'm doing good. Hope you're doing good. Yeah, it's not a guarantee. I got you. Hungarians and Romanians are in the same culture group in the game. They're pretty similar from what I understand. They really aren't, from what I understand. Really? Weren't they like both migratory groups that traveled extensively around Europe and from the east originally? Don't they have like a semi-common origin as like nomadic like steppe cultures before settling there? I'm not European, so I could have this very wrong, but that's my very little understanding of Hungarian or Romanian history in terms of culture. And again, if I'm wrong, I'm not surprised. No, okay, I'm wrong. Hungarians are Turkish Mongols. I knew they come from the east, but I didn't know that. Romanians are Romans? What? Even after Ottoman occupation? Interesting. They're descendants from the Roman colonists in Dacia. Really? That's interesting. Hungarians are a mix of Avars, Magyars, and Kubans. You know, I remember that now from CK2, because like literally the Magyars center there. Damn, that's interesting. Wow. Shows you what I know about Eastern Europe, man. Goddamn. That is fucking interesting, though. Europe, yeah, Europe culturally is just, it's like a Jackson Pollock painting. You know, it's just ridiculous. Which is one of the reasons I suppose it was so complex, like politically and economically in its history, among many other reasons, but still. Is anyone free to join the trading RP games you were talking about yesterday? Yes, of course. So in our server, the way we're running it now, if you're in the Discord, I can explain that to you really quickly. It's an FAQ now as well. We basically have two types of games now. We have introductory games, which are open to literally anyone. There are places to learn roleplay, to work together, to just try and basically cooperate. Experienced staff members, experienced role players are there. I'll be there too. And like, we're going to be really open about you coming to us, asking for roleplay help, asking to learn how to roleplay, asking for feedback on your roleplay, and we'll really try and help you and teach you roleplay and the games if you want, of course, too. But then we have our regular games, which is any game in the events that's not tagged with introductory game. To join those, you do require the Prime Minister role, which we have a ranked system for roleplay in the server, which you can find in the FAQ channel. And it basically requires you to show that you're mature, that you're not toxic, and that you are willing to roleplay. Prime Minister roles don't go out based on like really the quality of your roleplay. They go out based on your willingness to put an effort into roleplay. You could be completely new to roleplay, play in two of our or three of our introductory sessions, show a really strong willingness to try and become better at roleplay and try and roleplay because you clearly, you know, you're interested in it, you like it, and you'll get the role. We don't require quality with it. We just require effort and a willingness to do it, a willingness to get better, and obviously just a lack of toxicity and a fair bit of maturity. Enough that you're not just going to be a child, right? Mentally, not in terms of age. They're very different, so. Hope that explains it. The Romanian language is more similar to the French than Hungarian. Interesting. Romanians are descendants of the retired Roman legionaries that settled in the area because they were all given land at the end of their service. That's why Romanian is considered a Romance language, even though everyone around there has a Slavic root to their language. Really? I just didn't know that, like, at all. They hate each other's guts. Now that I know, because there's a few Hungarians who come and hang out in the Discord in my chat. Huh. Nope, DLCs are not required. So thankfully the way Paradox games work is only the host is required to have all the DLCs. And our host, which we need more of, but we have a few, and they have all the DLCs. So you can show up with no DLCs and still play the games, and you'll get access to all the DLCs because you play them. So, yep. I keep misspelling missing words. Dog. I am a native English speaker and I only speak one language, and when I type anything out, it looks like it's not my primary language, so don't worry about it, you're fine. Like, I will never give a shit about any language issues. Because I know that I can barely master one. And if you know more than one, I've got no business bitching at you. Period. Just saying. Inbo went to Cyprus. Oh. Hope he knows he's on Cyprus. He's readied up. Interesting. And Bajian Garzan coming back right now, I think. I assume you'll use a mentor pairing system like a CK3 to train as a Duke and the mentor account under him and act as a permanent advisor. So the way I want to do it, I won't force it on people, is I will try and get all the experienced role players, for example, like the CK3 situational games would do, which is all condensed to an area. I'm pre-playing scenarios. I can actually show you guys essentially what I'm doing with that. I've been putting a lot of work into it. I'm going to be honest with you guys, because I think it's really cool. I want to basically make like pre-made scenarios for like our games, and I'll even offer these to other Paradox roleplay servers if they're interested. And I want like basically pre-built scenarios for CK3, and later I'm going to expand to EU4 and then all the games essentially to basically incentivize roleplay to make it easier. So what I want is optimally our more experienced roleplayers and staff to roleplay like the higher titles like kings and maybe dukes and stuff. And then I want like newer players to roleplay as like vassals. I'm using a CK3 example, as like counts or maybe dukes as well. So that way they'll be underneath a more like experienced player who will roleplay with them and teach them. Because in CK3 with those dynamics, if you are a lower vassal, you will be actively roleplaying with the person that obviously who's your liege, right? And I think it's a really good system to allow players to learn roleplay through like an experienced hand that will obviously not fuck them and will roleplay with them. And then they obviously, since we can't trust them too well, will not be able to just go ruin the game for folks, right? And it'll be kind of the same with like the other games we do, like when we're going to do like Old World Blues roleplay, and then some probably later MD scenario roleplay for the training games. We will try and like kind of pair up a bit. This EU4 game is now considered an introductory game too, which is why I'm gonna really try and be active, and other staff are, when going and roleplaying with the newer players to try and help them learn how to roleplay a little bit. So yeah, more or less. You learned English from Team Fortress 2. That game was so fucking fun, man. That's cool as fuck, dog. Did you get like a bit of a Scottish accent from the demo, man? God damn it. I started learning German because I like beer, and Oktoberfest is great in Germany. I'm shallow, I know. If you learn something because it has like a shared interest with something else you like, that's good. Just makes it easier, right? You can't find the ranks channel. Denise, it's in the FAQ now. We put everything into the FAQ channel. I'll show you what I'm doing with these scenarios because I'm really proud of them. I've been putting a lot of effort into them, I'll be honest. Which I've been enjoying making them a lot, to be honest. So what I want to do is basically made out like pre-made scenarios. I think CK3 is going to be in many ways the future of roleplay in Paradox because of just the dynamics and how it's more like an RPG related game, and the humanizing element of having complex characters which you can roleplay off of easily will be better for roleplay. And so I think a lot of our training games I want to base around CK3. We'll do EU4 and other stuff as well, but I want to make pre-made scenarios. So that's basically where we will make these scenarios. Like, for example, I'll give you a list of what we have right now. The Battle for England, 1066, the Three Brothers War, the Reconquista in Iberia, the HRE game, like a game only in Byzantium. So what these scenarios are we'll do games only condensed in these certain areas. So for example, on Tuesday, we have the Iberia game coming up, which let me go show you guys that real quick. So we put up like a whole sign up for it. We gave like a bit of a primer on it. We've pre-written these basically. We've pre-written all the primers, and we I pre-made, and I had some help, these character cards. And so we have these scenarios just ready to go. So our staff doesn't have to work to always set these games up. All they have to do is I have a Google Drive document. They go and grab the primer. They go and grab the cards. They throw them up in a sign-up sheet, and it's really easy to go. And so everything in like this, all these scenarios will be condensed to the area that we have, right? So the Iberia game will only be in Iberia, meaning you are not allowed to make alliances, expand outside of, or marry even anyone outside of Iberia, meaning all the diplomacy, all the intrigue, all the war, all the roleplay, all the mechanics will be condensed to a smaller area, which I think will incentivize more roleplay and then learning roleplay, because people won't just be blobbing and expanding out in different regions. They'll be forced, if they want to do that, to go through a lot of roleplay and work with a lot of other players in order to do that, which I think is really going to be a good idea. So, and then in order to incentivize roleplay, I made these like, I'm making these like basically roleplay primers, which is basically for CK3, it's just, you know, just a little bit of flavor, like the traits of who you're playing, and then like a little backstory on like who they are and their family and stuff like that, which is supposed to encourage people to roleplay, but I hope inspiring people to be interested in the setting, the character, the house, and then have a little bit of backstory if they don't want to go be like me and read like an hour of fucking Wikipedia pages to prepare for a roleplay, because I don't know. I just like to do it. So anyway, that's what I've been working on, and we're going to incorporate those into the introductory games and like the training games. So I think it will be pretty good. We've done a couple of them. It looked pretty solid. It seemed pretty solid. So I'm excited, man. I'm excited. And I'm going to do the same thing, the introductory cards for nations, the primers, the pre-built scenarios. We're gonna get those built for like EU4 settings, for Stellaris. I will make some pre-written like Stellaris stuff for Stellaris training games if we do this in the future. Same with like Hoi 4 and the Hoi 4 mods. So yeah, we'll do all that, which I think should be pretty cool. Anyway, I know all the German words and their meaning. Can't speak the language. That's fair. I studied a bit of German in high school, but I forgot it all, honestly. So yeah, I'm a longtime D&D Demon player vet, and I've always loved the role-playing aspect. Someone on your stream yesterday, I've been loving the CK3, so definitely want to give CK3 RP a try. Hell yeah, man! I'm glad you enjoy it. I love CK3 roleplay. I wasn't sold on the CK3 game, but CK3 roleplay has made me a believer in CK3, I'll be honest. I'm fully on board now. When it came out, I was so unhappy with it. And in many ways, that's still valid because of some of the stuff that they did with it, which I'm not going to rant about. But like the first DLC and the first couple flavor packs were fantastic. And now that I understand the depth and quality of the roleplay that you can do with it, I think it's got a very bright future. I mean, the issues with it aside, it does, I think. So I'm really excited for that. I really think CK3 is it is the best, probably going to be the best Paradox game for roleplay, but it's also the best for new players to learn. Because as I said, scenarios where you basically, force is a strong word, but I'm going to use it. You force newer players to essentially be within the titles of a larger, like, holding, which is played by an experienced role player, means that they will have really no choice but to role play and interact with an experienced role player who will be able to teach them, which I think is a really good idea. So yeah, I'm excited for that. MDRP is closed for now due to toxicity we had with it. Yes. Hello. Who is this?
Is the host here?
Yeah,
The host is Bulldog.
I'm in here.
Okay.
Harambe, what happened to the... You said the original VJ was coming?
I thought he wanted to. I sent him a message in. Let's see if he hit me back in the EU4 General. He's coming. He was making food. He's coming right now.
Okay, Lemon Rush, what's up? Here, we can
So
go down
can
to
I-
his channel real quick.
Can I join your game?
Yeah, I'm gonna make a new channel. Come join it, okay?
Or
So it's look really sexy. There is a bright future and very pricey future. Yes, it does. But that's the cool thing about Paradox is only the hosting said the DLC. So as long as you're playing the roleplay games, you just have to show up games where the host has bought the DLC. So, you know, there's that, which is nice. Is there a general secretary in the Discord? There is one. We have one general secretary right now, and that is Harold, who is a fantastic roleplayer.
how will this new chat will be called? Because
Lemon. It will be right under this, and it will be called, like, my name, King Louis of France.
Yeah, Harold is a great role player. Chris has been proposed for it too, which I'm not opposed to because he's also a fantastic role player. I just need to add him to it. Also, I'm streaming, man, just so you don't think I'm crazy. When new people come to my channel and I'm just ranting like this, I always like to make that clear. But Household Blood, yeah. So he played the Vikings in the Grand Roleplay campaign, and he's just done some fantastic role players. He's working on. He said today we were hanging out in the VC before the start of this game, and he was like, "I'm not participating in any of these upcoming games because I want to put like so much effort into making like my backstory and preparing for the Stellaris roleplay." So he's gonna go like ridiculously hard. I think it's probably gonna mean I'm gonna have to read like a small book of backstory on his civilization, which I am not opposed to in any way because he can. Goddamn, can he write roleplay? So, yeah, it should be interesting. But yeah, he's a great guy. Oh, there's some really interesting public statements going on right now. Oh, the Timurids went Zoroastrian. A violent past and a lot of internal disputes over power left the Timurid people seek out a peaceful alternative to their old ways. Rumors tell the story of Emperor Ulu himself expediting Zoroastrian zealots in the country to convert the population. Most conversions take place peacefully, but whatever people resist the old violent ways that the Timurid conquerors shine through, driving Sunni refugees to the surrounding nations willing to take them in. All citizens are taking about the holy sites of the even older faith, and all the nations, one may find pilgrims on their way to get in touch with the one God. All right, we're going to write a post in response. Oh, my game crashed. I don't know why my EU4 just crashed. Let me go and relaunch. God damn it. That's annoying. We're gonna write a response to that. We're gonna basically offer up Bengal as a place of refuge for Sunni pilgrims facing persecution in the Timurids, which will make us hostile to the Timurids and diplomatically. But we'll open up our ports and obviously try and talk to, well, if there was a player on Miwar, I'd talk to him about granting safe passage of Sunni immigrants to Bengal. But since that won't happen, we'll just role play out basically making agreements with the neighbors to allow safe passage of those Sunni refugees coming to Bengal and provide them a place as well as, you know, lodging and stuff like that. Obviously paid for by the Sultan. And why was the problems with E4 today though? Goddamn. Jensen France unified in 1500. Yeah, there was a player in Japan, but he didn't show up this time. What time is the deadline for EU4 games of the Grand Campaign? Next Saturday? Denise, I'm going to write up and put out the system for making EU4 custom nations tomorrow. You are going to be required to have the Prime Minister role in the Discord, though, so just heads up about that. The Grand Roleplay campaign is not going to be an introductory game, so it will require players to have the Prime Minister role to keep going in it. There are a few players who don't have that role and who played in the first part in CK3 who are going to get exceptions to that for a really high-quality roleplay, and who I think will probably just end up giving the Prime Minister role, but there are probably a few folks from the first part of the Grand Campaign who we are not going to invite back due to some problems. Yeah, no, they didn't show up, sadly, Pirate. All Out did not show up. I think there may be a bug lobby. Bug lobby. I had a Norse house planned out for the Grand Campaign. If I could have made it, I'd show you the background I had written, but it's all written in Norse runes. If you have a translation of it, I would be happy to read it, Discoven. Oh, yeah, literally half the lobby crashed, apparently. All right, we're going to get a new host up in a minute. Let's go ahead and start writing out the post that we want to do. Place. Too dramatic. Refuge offered by the Sultanate of Bengal. The Sultan of Bengal has reportedly been very troubled by recent news from the West. In the Holy Land, there are reports of the holy cities being constantly under siege and facing the fallout of war. It is a sad day to see the Caliph in Cairo fail in his duty to guard the holy cities and keep them safe for pilgrims on Hajj. Not reportedly, the court whispers that the Sultan has perhaps even agreed to support the Kilwa they sail north to secure these lands for the Muslim faith. The Timurids, a land thought to be of solid faith and reasonable rule, has begun to religiously persecute the Sultan's own religion. He is not a man of war, and even if he was, there is little that could be done to stop such a force. However, he has made a public statement, has been carried by traders west and by merchants on foot through the Indian wetlands northwest to the lands of the Timurids, offering safe passage and refuge in Bengal for any persecuted of any faith in this region. Sultan has secured safety for travelers on merchant ships free of charge, and has made deals with the nations that border him to the west, allowing all to travel the Sultanate of Bengal safely. It is a sad day for peace, the future of Islam. It has occurred. What's up, Note? Yeah, go to Kingwin. I'd advise Kingwin. K like King and UIN. You guys plan on Hoi 4 RP2? In the future, we used to do like almost exclusively Hoi 4 Roleplay DeVito, but Hoi 4, as I'm sure you know, attracts a really fucking toxic, shitty crowd. And we've decided to basically retire Hoi 4 Roleplay for a few months so that we can hopefully attract and build more of a solid, non-toxic roleplay culture with other games before we start to host them again. The exceptions, I think we will run a couple Old World Blues, roleplay training introductory games over the next couple months, but beyond that, probably not. We used to only do them, and now we're going to do almost none of them because, again, I'd rather get role players interested in things like Stellaris and EU4 and CK3 because there's less chance of them being toxic Nazis, you know? Alright, let me find. But yes, we will in the future. Oh boy. My computer almost had a stroke there. All right, we have offered refuge. Basically, a group of Norsemen went to become Varangian guards in Constantinople. However, they found themselves separated from the Byzantine armies during a disastrous battle, and they were forced to flee heathens on their heels. Where did they go, Escova? I'm going to host community games if you are suspending Hoi 4 RP. You're welcome to host community games for it, but we're not going to do official server games. They eventually found their way to northern Egypt and decided to settle there, mixing with the local populace of a hybrid culture. Ooh, in northern Africa. But yeah, DeVito, I'd love to bring back Hoi4 RP, but I'm not willing to do it until we deal with the toxicity issues. The last couple of weeks have been brutal on my staff because there's been just so much toxicity from Hoi players in the Hoi games, and we're gonna take a break for a while until we can get rid of that, for at least tone it down. You know, you'll never get rid of it in Paradox, especially Hoi4, but we can make it more manageable. I find European settling Northern Africa a bit of a lazy RP, as it's been overdone in RP games. If he writes it in a unique and interesting way, though, Mage, why not? You know, it is interesting because it was frankly very possible and perhaps even likely that that could have been a possibility, which is why it's probably been done a lot. I know, right, Pirate? I know, it's shocking. It's shocking, but I'm tired of it. My staff's tired of it, so we're gonna take off a little while and try and cultivate it through the more positive Paradox communities. Is what it is.
Really quick.
Yes.
I don't want to interrupt you. The new ID is in the general channel for EU4.
Wonderful. Do you want me to put in announcements because I'm in the game? I think we have everyone, right?
Yeah, I think you're the only one waiting.
Okay, I'm ready. I haven't played Hoi4 EU4 yet, just lost to CK3, so if I were to get one reason for RP sessions, EU4 would make more sense the next couple months. Yes, definitely DeVito. The EU4 roleplay games you've been running have been very solid. There's a lot of newer players in them, I do warn you, but they have proven to be very open to learning roleplay, which is really nice and really good. The CK3 roleplay is going to be what a lot of our learning games are, and a lot of the games upcoming will be, which I really want to kind of focus down on. But yeah, besides that, we're going to do Solaris games as well, and then yeah, EU4. We will start to host Hoi games again. I'd say it's going to be at least probably 2 months or so. There is an Old World Blues game upcoming on the... Did I release it on the 22nd? Oh my god, I put 2 games on the same day. I'm going to move that back a week. It's not as high of a priority for me. There we go. We'll do that. But anyway, yes. To answer your question, yes, EU4. I would advise you go to Kingwin. Am I allowed to link Kingwin on Twitch? I think so. I don't see why not. It's legitimate. Let me shoot you a link for EU4, man. If you're interested in getting it. So you don't waste all your money. It did happen with Germans creating a Romanesque nation in Northern Africa. Emma, are there any countries with European settlings in far places except Northern Africa and India? Like in our games? Not yet. You're allowed to link it? Alright, I got a link for you, man, if you want to get a U4. Take a look at this. You can get the whole... How much? Let me compare it real quick for you, just so... I know they are doing that sale. Let me look at how much they're charging. They are charging 9 on EU4. You can get the whole thing. The whole bundle's 55. What's up, Ruski? How you doing, man? That bundle's still a lot, though. I am still kicking. I went down the roleplay rabbit hole, and I don't think I'm ever getting out of it again. CK3 they do have. Let me link you that as well. It's a lot cheaper than Steam. I can tell you that. Yeah, man, I'm in real deep. This is slowly becoming a cry for help, but it's fine. It's fine. I'm fine with it. I'm having too much fun. I've gotten like a really extreme amount of Stockholm syndrome from these Paradox games and hosting them in my server, and I don't think I'm ever coming back. So yeah, heads up. What I just sent you as work. I apologize. Yeah, there's a site called Kingwin. They sell keys for games. It's way fucking cheaper than Steam. Yeah. Still not to that stage, huh? You mean with roleplay? No, I don't know how much deeper I can go. I'm running like 5. I'm playing in like 4 or 5 roleplay games a week right now. It's become consuming. It's a little bit consuming, not gonna lie. And I'm all for it, but whew. I wonder what older me will think about this time in my life. I wonder, like, what 50-year-old Zach will think about 25-year-old Zach spending all his time just constantly playing Paradox roleplay games. I wonder what I'll think about that when I'm older. It's gonna be one of two things. One, it'll be, damn, those were some good fucking times, man. That was fucking great, which I expect will be the case. Or it'll be like, what the fuck were you doing? Jesus, man. I think it'll be the first one, but I'm not certain in that, you know, because age does give perspective, you know. Of course I'm named Zach, indeed. Well, my full name's Zachary, actually. Get corrected. There you go. I have to, something's wrong with my fan, so I have to hit it once in a while if it gets fucked up. But yeah. Yeah, man, it's interesting, because like, when I get into like one of the role plays that I haven't played in a week and I've just played in like 3 or 4 other ones throughout the week, I'll have to be like, who am I again? What was I doing? What was I role playing? But then I get back into it after like 5 minutes, so it's fun. Just saying. Remember you played 20 hours RP and map games? I'll tell myself in 30 years. Yeah, I enjoy it. I don't think I'll regret it, but you never know. You need to pay for Kingwood protection, which also protects you from refunds. I never pay for it. I've never had an issue, but I'm not giving you advice. It's your choice. How easy life was when I actually had fun in Paradox games. Fair. Kingwin is a little bit shady. I won't pretend it's not, but it's better than a lot of key websites, and I haven't had issues with it. But I'm not saying you won't. It is a possibility you will have issues with your keys on that site, so be warned. Too much RP can be a bad thing. Everything in moderation is okay. I suppose. I'm having a lot of fun with it, and I'm fun. Goddamn right, casual roleplay is a fucking joke. By the way, sorry for not being here for you for a while. I was in a hiking accident. You never have to apologize for not showing up for streams, man. Don't worry about it. But what happened with your hiking accident? Were you hunting? Ruski, are you a 666 leader who's gonna succeed as a leader of a country? And were you out hunting? Is that what this was? But yeah, real talk, man, what happened? That sounds horrible. RP could make good career acting. How do you mean? Yeah, key sites are naturally shady. It's just how it is. I moderate with the kind of Hoi4 games I play. Yeah, moderate, like hosts typically do a little bit of moderation, but the host is supposed to be separate from the game controller who's supposed to oversee the bullshit. Jesus Christ, we are really struggling to get this rehost up. Maybe the server could make books out of the roleplay. You know, the grand roleplay campaigns, if they are done right, could literally turn into like fucking either mods or books, I'm just saying, but yeah. You have a 646 leader. Oh, he's gonna die, man. He's gonna be dead. The experience does help our roleplay. That is true, actually. I wasn't really into acting when I was younger, but I wouldn't say I was a drama kid, but I did act in some plays. Definitely, I did. Wouldn't say I was very good, but I did, and that experience helped a little bit. You know what gave me probably, I'd say, like the most like experience for roleplay was like when I worked in politics, because I've done a lot of public speaking in my life. A lot when I worked in campaigns, and that helps a lot because political work makes you very, I think, capable in talking to people in a lot of context and for a lot of different things that you're advocating for, which I think is really good in the context of like nation roleplays when you are advocating for what you want, right? And then public speaking is good because one, it makes streaming easier, but two, it's better because you know how to like give speeches if you're like at a UN conference or you're in like a, you know, a peace treaty or something like that, and that experience has definitely helped with roleplay. Like, I play a lot of roleplay, but I play comp once in a while, so I don't get burnt out on roleplay. That's fair. I play casual games once in a while just so I remember why I never ever play them, and I play roleplay all the time. He's 20 and I'm Republic. Yeah, he's gonna die, man. I've only ever done written RP and some D&D, so this will be interesting. That's fair. It'll be a really big jump, but if you played enough D&D, that also helped. Yeah, D&D has helped with roleplay a lot too, to be fair. Someone asked me if I did theater work. Made me happy. I could see you being a theater kid, Mage. I could see you being like one of those like edgy emo kids who's just like, acting's my life. I've watched Hamilton over 30 times. I could see it. Just saying. We were hiking, it was snowy as hell, so yeah, I just had a bit of a snow slide. Jesus Christ, man, I got hypothermia and your foot was frozen. You lost your fucking foot? Jesus Christ, man. Bro, I'm so fucking sorry to hear that. That is insane. Where were you hiking that was so cold? Jesus Christ, man. I'm so sorry to hear that. I mean, that's... Goddamn, man. Respect on you for having the bravery to go do those sorts of things, but I mean, you did pay, you paid the cost on it, man. I'm so sorry to hear that. I've done a bit of ice hiking before myself, and it is so sketchy, man. So, Jesus Christ. I'm glad you're alive. I'm glad you're okay. I hope you're dealing with it all right, man. Because that, man, psychologically, I'm sure you are going through the ringer right now. So, Christ, man. So you're in recovery now. That's good. Fuck, man. I hope everything gets better for you. I mean, Jesus, man. I don't know what to say. I'll be honest, but I'm glad that you're all right and safe and not dead. So there's that. But Jesus, man, losing a foot, that's crazy. Yeah, no, yeah, losing a limb will do that. Fuck, man. Fuck. I mean, I love hiking, and I love hiking in mountains, so I understand why you do it. I get it. It's fucking beautiful. It's exhilarating. It's the way I've always felt the most alive, was doing those sorts of hikes, but it is dangerous, especially the high altitude stuff in snowy conditions, you know? So, I always try not to think about it, but I mean, yeah. Well, fuck, man. I hope it gets better for you. You hike volcanoes? That's kind of badass. Yeah, fuck, man. Are they gonna give you a prosthetic? Oh, I had a question from a player, right? Okay, cool. We're fine. Have the doctors talked to you about like prosthetics and stuff like that? Something fucked the lobby? Did it? Are we fucked again? What happened? I'll let Momoki and Bulldog handle it though. Are we finally getting targeted by hackers? We've been really lucky in that regard in many ways. I've been DDoSed a few times, but I don't think our games have ever been targeted. Well, once they did, I know that, but. That's fair. I have pissed off a lot of people lately. I'm gonna show you what his boss is. It took a while to even start. Fucking Christ. Well, they did, but I'm kind of hesitant, and I don't know why like a prosthetic isn't gonna kill me. I mean, I mean, I'm sure it's hard to like want to replace something like that, you know. All right, I'm gonna go see what's up with Bulldog though, because it's a little worrying. But yeah, Skova, that could be the case. Where is he?
Be done soon.
Yo, Bulldog, what's happening?
We're at the New Zealand. He crashed. I'm letting him come in just so we can have him play and not have to wait till,
All right. At a certain point, though, we got to play the game because we're an hour and a half in now, and we played for like 30 minutes.
I get it.
Yep.
I am like 2 seconds. I'm literally loaded.
I guess we're doing a hot drink. I sometimes fantasize about having prosthetics and telling entirely a wild story every time someone asks me what happens. You gotta go with the bear attack. Did he really puppet all his fucking northern borders? He really puppeted all these fucking people, didn't he? Jesus Christ, man. He said he won't go past this, but that is still just ridiculously big. And we're only in 1497. I was hoping he'll roleplay. I mean, like, to be fair, like, you know, a lot of the prosthetics that they're starting to make are getting pretty sci-fi, to be honest, so. It'll be interesting, that's for sure. Get this one. How many hours have you spent into your life looking into maps? Paradox games could be so confusing to outsiders. Are you talking to me, or who are you talking to, Moose? That is very true, Mage. Absolutely. Yeah, definitely worth looking into, man. Paradox games can be confusing to people with 400 hours of play in the one game. Hammurabae Paradox Max IRL ones. Oh, I will show you guys my Steam profile real quick. We can do that. Y'all want to see the time I put into this shit over the years? Get ready for this one. Oh, does it not show Steam? Can you guys see the profile right now? Or is it just showing it black for you? I'm glad. I mean, if it helps you take your mind off recent shit, man, I'm glad. Is it really not going to show my Steam? Really still on this stream? Fuck. I feel like Mage is talking shit suddenly, but that's fine. I expect it. No fucking Christ. Steam has been lagging. No kidding. All right, I'll just tell you. I can run down the list right now. In Hearts of Iron, I have 2,362 hours. In EU4, I have 2,304 hours. In Stellaris, I have 1,480 hours. In Crusader Kings 2, I have 914 hours. In CK3, I have 389 hours. In Victoria 2, I have 269 hours. In terms of other map games, in, I guess, Rimworld, that counts, I have almost 700 hours. In Civ 5, I have almost 500 hours. In Mountain Blade, I have 350 hours. In Bannerlord, I have 200 hours. In Civ 6, I have 200 hours. In Total War Rome, I have 150 hours. Shogun, I got 70. Three Kingdoms, I got 50. Warhammer, I got 75. Galciv, I got 50. EU3, I have 35 hours. I didn't know it was that much. And that's not counting all the times I played it when I didn't own it on Steam and all the time I played when I was offline, so it wasn't tracked. So there you go. Yes. I spent a mind-boggling amount of time playing map games. So yeah. For your commitment to streaming. I appreciate that, man. I really do enjoy it a lot. That's the thing. It's been so nice. Getting into streaming is like such a fucking fun hobby, man. Cause like, I play video games this much normally, probably more. You know what's crazy is since I started streaming, I actually play less video games. Mainly because I've spent so much time recently like working on organizing the Discord and like, you know, making YouTube videos and things like that. But like, I play significantly less time of video games now compared to before I started streaming. So, let's see. Why did the chicken cross the road? This is gonna be in bad taste, but let's hear it. Have you thought about doing a Bannerlord single-player roleplay campaign? No spoilers, Escova. That's not supposed to be talked about until I actually just do it. It's a surprise stream that you're not supposed to know about. I know, how dare you. I played a ridiculous amount of Total War Medieval 2 off a CD back in the day. Game was way ahead of its time. Medieval 2 is my favorite Total War game. It is fantastic. I am of the opinion the only way Creative Assembly and the Total War games come back is they need to make a really good Medieval Total War 3, and they need to make the campaign open for up to 10 players, and they need to put everything they can into it. And if they come back with a really good Medieval 3, maybe they'd actually like be a rival to Paradox again. But yes, Medieval 2 is fantastic. Are there any mods to make the in-game Bannerlord more fun or better? There are some fantastic overhaul mods which are currently around, and they are even a gifted sub mage. Appreciate you. That make like the diplomacy better. For me, the end game of Bannerlord and any of the like the Mountain Blade games have always been like the kingdom, like the politics of it. Because you guys know I talk about it all the time. I've always roleplayed my games in single player. I just wasn't speaking out loud when I did it. So like when I played like Mountain Blade, Warband, and stuff like that, I was just the end game was me just role playing like the alliances, the family attachments, and then just the battles of like I usually like to play like a kingdom or a lord that didn't expand really at all, so I could just role play that out. So if you get the mods that basically give you more diplomatic like options in the late game, of which there are quite a few now for Bannerlord, I think the end game becomes really entertaining, because in game Bannerlord is you're either a really powerful vassal of the kingdom or you're a king yourself, right? So you need mods to help with that, and some of the overall mods are also doing a lot. So yeah. No custom media played when gifting subs. I actually like the gifting sub sound that they give you, but if y'all hate it enough, I will add a custom sound. I just really like the one that Twitch gives you. In-game Bannerlord is so bad because I got independent, just continue to get declared on, and it sucks. Yes, there are mods that balance like the diplomacy aspects, and I advise you look into those. Minecraft is fun too. I did so much of that when I was younger. All right. On that note, guys, let me get back into the roleplay. Let me allow myself to roleplay again and not get distracted. I'm gonna mentally do that. Okay, we have a bit of a surplus from our trade, and as you know, our leader is focused entirely on trade, and we built up the main trade hubs in the empire, which means we need to be able to produce the goods in order to expedite more. Jesus fucking Christ. All right, what is going on? Where is Bulldog? Let's see what the dealio is.
And who was not?
What's going down?
I crashed.
He crashed. So I'm gonna host, see if it's his
Yeah,
issue or
we also can't be doing the hot
Not
joins.
mine.
That really
It's
makes
his
it
issue.
unstable with these mods. All right, rehost again. Sounds good.
Yeah, I'll be rehosting.
Cool.
Yeah, Jack, we're gonna.
We were having some technical issues, folks. I guess we are going to do more talk, which I'm always up for. Y'all will have to be patient. It's a Paradox game. We're using mods and it's multiplayer, so it will have issues. It always does. So I'm screaming internally right now, but I'm not letting it show at all, which is a total fucking win. So yeah, maturity. But yeah, Minecraft's great. I played Minecraft was the first video game I think I really got into like a lot. Like I remember I was homeschooled back in the day. I was a homeschool kid, and I had like this homeschool group that we'd go and hang out with for like socializing, because we were all fucking like, you know, homeschool kids didn't get like we didn't make a lot of friends because we're always just at home, right? And I had like this like group of friends from homeschooling, and I remember when I was like 12 or 13, I set up like a Minecraft server for like that group. And I remember thinking I was like a top tier fucking hacker programmer because I learned how to port forward at like 13. I thought like, oh man, I'm so fucking cool, man. Look at this. I'm basically hacking the mainframe by port forwarding. I thought I was so fucking cool. And I was, with that tiny group of really weird homeschoolers, because I set up a Minecraft server, which they didn't fucking troll. I built this really cool fucking village, man. I think I called it Lionsgate or something. It was something like that. It was really cool. It was on a river. I built this really cool bridge. There was this whole medieval town. And then this fucking asshole Michael built a 10 by 10 stack of TNT all the way to as high as you could build in Minecraft. He blew it up and he crashed my fucking Minecraft server. Like a total asshole. Like a total fucking, it literally crashed the server. Yeah, fuck Michael. I agree with you, man. Fucking asshole. Actually, funnily enough, we stopped talking kind of after that for that reason, among other things. I didn't even think about that man again for years. And then when I was in community college in Sacramento, which was like very, I wouldn't say far away, but a bit of a ways away from like where I lived at the time, where he lived. He turns out he was going to that community college, and like literally like 6 years after that, I'm just like walking through the quad of my community college, and I see this dude, and I'm like, I fucking know that guy. And yeah, it was fucking Michael, and he'd become an egotistical asshole, which wasn't surprising. But anyway, fuck Michael, you're right. But yeah, it was sad, man. He blew up my village, he blew up that server, so I had to start a new one, because I think I probably could have like found a way to roll it back, but I was 13, and port forwarding already seemed like me entering the sci-fi era in terms of technology, so I just made a new server, which was sad, because that village is so nice. So let's take a moment of silence for all of the beautiful Minecraft creations we've all made over the years that have been lost. I think a quick moment of silence for that would be a good idea. Anyway, that's enough. But point being, it was sad. He gave birth to your server. Yes, he did. When do you start playing MC? Funny story. I'm OG as fuck. There was a time when Minecraft wasn't a game. You would go on like the internet. You go. God, I sound like a fucking boober right now. You go on the like on the internet, and you would connect to the Minecraft like website, and you would play Minecraft through the website because it was in like the alpha version. I started playing Minecraft on their website through that portal when literally I think there were only like maybe 2 or 3 dozen type of blocks, and it was so basic in those days. And there were like, I think like maybe like a dozen like servers up, and it was before anyone knew about it, because I learned about it from this kid in the Boy Scout troop I was in. What was his name? I forget his name. It's been so long. That's a whole other story I won't get into. But yeah, he told me about this like game called Minecraft, and I went and visited my grandma, actually here in Ohio, because I lived in California at the time. I was on vacation with my family, and I remember launching up her like computer, which was made in like the fucking late 1990s. It was one of those like really big like dinosaur computers, you know, like the ones that looks like it's like 5 foot long and 5 foot tall, those ones. And I remember like connecting to the Minecraft page and opening it up in the browser and thinking it was the coolest shit ever. And yeah, it was, I had a great time with it, and I was hooked. And then I remember it fully releasing it for the first time and being like, oh my God, this is fucking incredible. And during that time period, my parents were very anti-video games, for good intentions, to be honest. And I remember like my mother was really against me playing video games because she thought that it would lead to violence and sex and drugs for some reason. And I got 1 hour of computer time a day. Some of y'all will remember computer time before the modern era, maybe even nowadays, but I was given 1 hour of computer time a day. But what I found out is that my parents actually kind of liked Minecraft. So if I was playing Minecraft, I could probably coast my 1 hour of computer time into 1.5 and maybe 2 hours before they're like, Zach, get off that computer and go outside, which obviously I resented. But yeah, so anyway, Minecraft was a great game. I liked it a lot. It allowed me to actually play more video games than I was allowed to. So it was great. And it just slowly progressed over time, and I got so into it. And I got into like, obviously the multiplayer when it came out. I was an asshole. I was one of those guys who would make the obsidian underground base surrounded by water and lava and just like raid people and steal their shit and hide it in my little fucking like cubby hole, you know? And then later on I got into like, actually some roleplay Minecraft servers. I was like, man, that was one of my earliest roleplay experiences, was the Minecraft servers I joined. And then the D&D I played with my friends too when I was really young. So yeah. But anyway, I played a lot of Minecraft. Thousands of hours, I'm sure, but there's no way to count it up. Oh, what's up, Timbers? I remember playing MC in my browser back in the day. Yeah, dude, you remember? That was fun as fuck. What's his name? Annie? No? Then, like, you've lost me. I'm doing good, Timbers. Hope you're doing good. What was that kid's name for the Boy Scouts? I remember exactly what his brother. I remember his brother's name. His brother was named William. He's in the Navy now. I have it on Instagram. But his brother, what the fuck was his name? I don't remember. Which is weird because I was better friends with him than William. But it was a long time ago. I started when they released the PE edition 2011 when I was 5. Damn, son. Well, you're OG. You're OG. You're OG as well. You played Diablo 2 when I was 8. See, I downloaded Diablo 2 when I was younger, and I didn't really like it. I got into torrenting when I was really young. All right, we're waiting for a rehost, and I'm telling stories. I'm going to tell a really another funny story in just a second. I read the MC community is one of the most toxic communities, which is kind of surprising. It is. Depends on where you go in it, though. So, okay, when I was around like 14, I started torrenting games. I don't condone torrenting. It's fucking horrible. Don't do it. But when I was younger and Dom Twitch, I would never do it nowadays. I did do a bit of that, and I remember thinking like it wasn't a big deal until I read this article about like, I think like someone had supposedly been put in jail for like torrenting or whatever, And I remember 14-year-old me like almost had a stroke because I was so scared. Because I torrented like, I don't want to go into details because this is publicly recorded, but you know, I did some bad, not like bad shit, and what I was downloading was bad, but I did torrent some stuff. And I remember we had like, you know, those like the old phones that were there were like 4 of them in the house and they were all connected to the same line and they sat in those holsters or whatever. There was that, and like I would oftentimes answer the phone for my parents because they were busy. You know, my dad worked a lot; he's a workaholic. And I remember one time I answered the phone, and there was this guy, which nowadays it was a scam, but basically it was this like someone was cold calling me from India, basically claiming to be from the government and saying that they knew about the torrenting that was happening and that like that our house had been torrenting and that we were in trouble and that this guy was claiming to be from the government. And I remember being the most scared I had ever been in my life because I thought that like the government had found out about what I'd been doing and they were coming for me. And I was so fucking scared, man. I was so fucking scared. I remember I hung up the phone, I went into my room and had like an existential crisis for around an hour. And I went and told my dad about it. I was like, hey, so you might get a call from the government. I think they found out all about what I was doing. And then I like told him what I'd been doing. And my dad was chill. He didn't give a fuck. He was just like, it's fine. It's a scammer. And I didn't know what that was. And he explained it to me. And I thought like I was about to get like permanently grounded, never use the computer again, you know, all that stuff. And he just didn't give a shit. So it was fucking hilarious, man. But yeah, it was stressful as fuck. Anyway. End of story. English Struggle RP in CK3. Yes, that's going to be Friday, and we're going to play, I think, 2 or 3 sessions of that. 2 sessions, yes. OSHA? I build mega buildings these days. The USS Gerald Ford. Like, you built the carrier in Minecraft? That was fucking badass, man. I remember throwing out my modem because my night online kept kicking me out every 15 days. Fuck, man. Oh, the lobby's up. Shit, my bad. I don't want to hold up the game here. I'm just chilling, telling stupid shit right now. It's gonna make me restart the game. I don't condone it either, but I did what I did. No point in denying it. I tore the fuck out of games back in the day. Same. I'm out the okay. I gotta be careful of this because this is public. But like, I don't condone the behavior at all. Period. It shouldn't be allowed. But I will say I understand why people who don't have a lot of money use it to basically get entertainment. I understand why they do it. And full go, I sympathize with them. I don't condone it. I never condone it. Twitch. But I am sympathetic and understand why they do it. But yeah, I don't do it anymore. So, because I'm of the perspective, like, a lot of these games, with the exception of the big ones, a lot of like the games that people torrent, they're from like smaller game studios for games and for media and stuff like that. And oftentimes those people really do need the money for those sorts of products, you know, because they want to make more of them, right? So I really agree with supporting them, you know. I will say that. Streamer's gone offline. Yeah, that may happen. I don't condone it, but I understand why it happens. We'll go with that. And yes, it is Lobby Simulator today. I live in Africa, so I'm allowed to torrent anything I want. That's fair. Never got into Minecraft, but when I was a guardian of my brother's kids, they loved Minecraft, and they got so into it, I did the same thing. I limit their time on the game and send them outside. Yeah, you were a good parent then. At the time, I was so angry about having computer time, and looking back, I totally agree with it. I think 1 hour a day was a little harsh. 2 or 3 was more reasonable, but it did get me out and do a lot more things. Got me into reading. I read so many books when I was a kid, and if I'd been playing video games all the time, I would have done that instead, which there are benefits of video games, but comparing to reading, you know, I don't think it compares. Not to be like a book elitist, but just saying. Not yet, Risky. We're in Lobby Sim right now. Isn't this fun? Isn't this fun staring at the stream? You had 1 hour limited PC time in the 8th grade, I would play the hell out of Civ 3. That's fair. For me, it was CK2. For me, it was CK2. Ever since I found CK2 when I was like, I think 13. Oh god, I was really the last one and I feel like an asshole. Let's get readied up here. Yeah, it was always CK2 for me. It's about the tutors. That sounds interesting. The tutors are fucking wild, man. No, most are almost never like this. This is really weird today. Hell yeah, Embo. Cyprus is interesting. Did you talk to the admin player about it though, so he doesn't murder you? I sure love watching the map color change to different countries as war crimes happen left and right. Then it sounds like you're a paradox gamer, my friend. Yeah, man, I got really into CK2. I have fond memories of playing in Iberia in CK2 because it was my favorite. I love to play Sancho the Second, Sancho the Strong in Iberia in CK2. And like, I remember just like, I have so many memories of me from when I was like 13 to 15, just like playing CK2, playing in Iberia and eating fucking grapes. Because at that time period, my favorite fucking snack was like, you know, like black grapes, the really tasty ones. I fucking love those. I still do, not as much as I used to. And I have so many of these weird memories of me just eating like these bowls of fucking grapes and playing in Iberia and CK2 and just having the fucking time of my life. Like, good times. Yeah, very, very good times. Cyprus feature lays on Islam, mate. Hell yeah, sounds good, man. Map painting is an art form in Paradox games. Yes, it is. It's how you do it. They earn screen time. For every hour they were outside, they get half an hour. For every chore they completed, they got 40 minutes. I was establishing being responsible and getting rewarded for their work. That's a good system, man. See, that's a good system. That's a very good system. You incentivize hard work by reward systems, which is really good. I've never tried frozen grapes, no. I repeat that my king lost faith in Christianity, got a Quran from the Ottomans that convinced him. Ooh, that's interesting. I didn't have an incentive system when I was a kid like that. I had a computer time, and then I had a chore list every day. It was long. I had a lot of chores when I was a kid. Like I think on normal, like every morning, it was weird when I was a kid. Every morning I come out to the kitchen, and there was like every time, like my dad's a very like a methodical, organized person, and every morning with like almost I think a couple exceptions, there would always just be a paper on the kitchen table with a list of chores that I had to do before I could play video games or do anything else. They had to be done the whole day or I get grounded, you know, and I'd have my everything taken away. So every morning I come out to the kitchen, there'd just be like this methodically written, numbered list of chores I had to do. Usually 10 to 15 of them, you know, and they weren't unreasonable, but it did take a lot of time. I know that. I remember resenting it, not because like I didn't like the work, but like I wanted to go read books or play games or like, you know, go play basketball or hang out with my friends, and there's just like fuck like 2 hours a day of chores, which added up, which it's not bad, you know, it's really not bad, but at the time I was definitely resentful. They learned how to game the system. They would save up their time to spend 10 hours on a Saturday. I mean, but you're teaching them strategic thinking, man. You're teaching them to like work with the systems that they are forced to be in, which is that's a good tool they'll need later in life when they, you know, enter the workplace and stuff. So I mean, you're teaching them to be creative and work within systems to their own advantage, which is a good thing. So I'd be more proud if I had kids or was watching kids that did that personally, but cheeky little shits. I need to head out and take care of the lawn and other stuff. It's not raining for once. All right, have a good one. Let's go. See you around, man. My parents gotta let me do what I want to if I have the grades, which I do. So yeah, that's fair. That's fair move. Jesus Christ, guys. No, I'm not gonna be salty in a game organized in my own server. Salt is a very valuable resource in this time period, but not enough for me to be actively salty in chat in the game. Just saying. Yeah. Oh yeah. Very, very cheeky. Very cheeky indeed. Man, that makes me think. I'm just ranting about childhood shit at this point, which is fine, because, I don't know, I guess it's more entertaining than us sitting here in silence and staring at the screen until the game starts, but, like, my dad's interesting because he's a very well-educated guy. My dad has a PhD, he's a professor, he's very renowned in this field, he's a smart guy, and he's always been reasonable, which I suppose was his weakness as a kid, because he was very organized, he was reasonable, but what I found out at a young age is that my mother, she was hardcore, and if she said something, it was in stone. But my dad was weak, in the sense, not that he was a weak person, but that he was open to debate. And so what I learned is that if I could come up with a reasonable enough reason to make him change his mind, and I argued it well enough, I could get what I wanted. Not every time, but enough it was worth it. So like, it was good, which kind of I suppose was a good thing because it taught me like how to argue and how to get what I want, which sounds like psychopathic, but it wasn't like that. It was just, I learned how to like basically make my case to him. So like if he said I couldn't, you know, play a certain video game or like, you know, I needed to do this or that sort of thing, or you want to be doing certain things, I learned that if I could come up with an argument and basically argue it to him for long enough and in a persuasive enough manner, he'd change his mind. So yeah, it worked. And I got better at it over time. Which resulted in, get this, it resulted in the end game, which at one point, get this guys, I managed to convince him to get rid of my computer time. Hear me out. It took fucking months, probably a better part of a year, I think when I was 14 or 15. But I had a computer time which was 1 hour, and I managed to let him, like, I got it pumped up to 2 hours later on. I managed to convince him to completely get rid of my computer time. You know how I did that? I argued that if I played enough video games, I would get bored of them and I wouldn't play them anymore, which to him seemed reasonable because video games weren't really appealing to him. And I think that he thought that they weren't as like appealing, and he didn't understand how appealing they were nowadays or in that time period than to when he was younger, when he played them. So I managed to argue to this man over the course of months that if he allowed me to just play video games as much as I wanted nonstop, I'd just play them enough that I'd get bored of them. And I wouldn't find interested in them anymore, and I just stopped completely, and he fucking eventually believed me. The fool. As you can see, that didn't work. If you've watched any of me streaming, you'll know that didn't work. So, yeah, the fool, the fucking fool. But, yeah, obviously, I didn't believe it at the time, and it certainly didn't fucking work, but I convinced him of it, and I got rid of my computer time. And I've been playing video games like a fucking crack addict ever since, which is great. He really did, Moose. He's like, oh, this dumb fucker. I'm gonna get rid of video games of him. He'll stop playing them in a year. No, absolutely not. Anyway. Jesus Christ, this really is lobby sim today, isn't it? It's allowed you to be expressed so clearly they think and know that your opinion was respected and valued. All our parents don't do that. No, it was. I mean, it was so great for parenting. Like, it was a really good style. And if I ever choose to have kids, or I adopt kids, or, you know, I'm ever taking care of them, I will do a similar situation. I think it's important to be reasonable and just with children and teach them that, what's the way to put it? If you present things in a reasonable manner, it can be changed with anything you do. And it's important to make people understand that they have a voice, and that if they use it in a mature and correct manner, it gives them power in many ways, you know? And I think that's important. So I agree with you, man. Definitely. Yeah, Father used to hide the cable. I just went to the store to get another cable, advanced tactics. Yeah, man. He is playing checkers, you were playing chess. How's it going, Crack Jesus? Hope Naples is going well. And I hope you're enjoying this lobby sim that we're all in right now. It's wonderful. Anyway. Story time is done, I think. I think I've been ranting for around an hour about shit because we've just been sitting here, but... What's my favorite type of pizza? Pepperoni and jalapeno. Homemade with garlic braided into the crust. Optimally done in a what's it called, in like the ovens they have in Naples, brick ovens, optimally baked, is that right? Cooked in a brick oven, Napoli style, actually, unironically Napoli style. So there you go. Yes, good. All right, we've managed to maintain good relations with Naples due to our pizza preferences. Peak roleplay. Your family never took stuff or told me to go outside. They know I would go to the internet cafe. See, that's interesting because, Denise, there's like no internet cafes in America, and children certainly wouldn't be allowed in them, so. I know that's like a really big thing in Turkey. Pineapple on pizza is okay, but I don't consider it pizza. Also, being a gardener, I learned that kids break bones really easy, and boys do it like they're trying to speedrun world records. That's true. Young boys like to like get in stupid situations and like fuck themselves up. That's very true. This is getting a little out of hand. Naples is cool. After a certain point, you have to say no more rejoins or no more hosts. I agree. I need to go tell Bulldog. This is just ridiculous at this point. All right, where are we at? Because this is getting insane.
He's 97%. You can see him.
All right, we're not doing hot joins after this. Like I'm an executive ruler.
I know.
We played 30 minutes out of
I
2
know.
hours.
I know. He just loaded in.
And in the future, we gotta be really strict with this shit. If folks have issues, it sucks. But there are 30 players who've been sitting here and wasted like over an hour. So just heads up. Jalapenos and pepperoni is a great topping choice too. Oh, it is, man. I love me a jalapeno pepperoni pizza. There's a good balance though, because you want the spice of the jalapeno and the taste, but you don't want it to like just overwhelm the flavor of the pizza. I also like to throw, of course, Parmesan and some chili flakes on the top as well, just to get that little extra flavor oomph. You know, important to do that. I noticed that I moved states, no internet cafes anywhere in the city. Really? In America size? Yeah, there it is. Mamma mia, you put the pineapple on the pizza. All right, we're actually in game. Let's do some roleplay, boys. I don't dislike it. I used to hate it when I was younger, and then I worked at Pizza Job. I worked at Papa Murphy's for like a year, and there was this guy, a coworker I worked with, who convinced me of the benefits of pineapple on pizza, and that like if it's done correctly, it's okay. If it's done with bacon and pepperoni, and it's not overwhelming, it's okay. But again, I don't consider it normal pizza. It's really weird. Its flavor's too different. Yeah, see, Timbers, man, that's true, but I love spicy food. Me and my brother have a tradition when we hang out together where we'll go get like a fairly good like steak or like slice of meat. We'll cook it, cut it into pieces. We will literally play like chicken and or Russian roulette with like hot sauce until like one of us taps out. So we'll cut like the meat into little pieces. We'll go like one after another. We'll like dip it in like really hot sauce and we'll eat them until one of us just taps the fuck out. It's really fucking stupid, but really fun. All right, guys, I gotta get in a roleplay mindset. Let me get into like a roleplay here or something. We should go talk with Vishiengar. He's back. We need to go thank him for helping us in that past war. We're gonna educate our heir. We'll let him pick this time around. Well, yeah, we'll righteous. We'll let him pick. You're a lone child. You got no cool stories. I'm sure you still have some interesting ones, Ruski. You know? I'm Italian. When I see pineapple on pizza, I question my existence. That's fair. Like I said, I don't consider it pizza. It's its own thing. Okay, mate, I'll let you get into your mindset. I was just great shooting the shit with you. Oh, yeah, hell yeah. I don't want to be like, guys, don't talk to me during roleplay. But like, I can only really focus on one thing at once. And if I roleplay and talk like a lot at the same time, both suffer so badly. It's ridiculous. I gotta... You know, in video games, when like you lock onto an enemy target, I have to do that with things in life, so otherwise it's just all bad. All right, let's go talk to the Vishiengar. Hello there.
Hello there.
Red Maharani.
No.
I'm an envoy from the Sultan of Bengal.
Okay, what do you want?
I bring with you a gift. To honor your support in the war against the pirates to the east. Your men helped us get back our home territories while the Sultana was so obsessed with destroying our enemies. The great Sultan apologizes for the actions of his mother and not helping you siege out our home region, and hopes that this small gift of gold, spices, and gems from the east will help to relay our wishes to continue to work together in the future.
Thank you, and of course we will continue our work. But to continue our work, you should build a fort and still have to make future wars to the east far more easier.
I am
and
glad
protect your
to hear
homeland.
that. I would have a request of you from the Sultan. He
Yes.
wishes to see if you would be willing to enter into a deal wherein the Bengalese Navy and the Vishiengar Navy both work to keep pirates out of the sea to our south and off the coastline of our continent.
So you're suggesting we hunting pirates in our home nodes?
Indeed, until that they are here and no more. This is more of an out of roleplay thing unless there's actually pirates here. Just heads up.
I think should be possible. I'm just gonna need to build some ships.
I'm glad to hear that. We will be upgrading our own military capacity navally, as our Admiral Ajim is very much of the opinion that we do not currently have enough ability to deal with these pirates. So by working together with your navy and ours, I am sure that we can keep our coastlines free of these scum.
Yes, so I am sending my royal fleet to protect the Coromandel, while you protect the Bengali node to push out the eastern pirates of our trade income.
Wonderful. I am very, very glad to hear that. I will give my Sultan the great news. I did also have another request of you from my Sultan, if you would hear it.
Yes.
We are in talks with our friends to the north in the Sang, and we are going to be building a great road which will stretch from Varanasi to our capital, Angada, and then all the way up through the mountains of the Himalaya to connect the holy sites of Buddhism in the north with the holy sites in the south, so that pilgrims of all religions may travel freely. We wish to see if you would be open to constructing a great road connecting the holy temples in the south, such as Hampi, holy to the Hindus, with Varanasi to the north and Gada, our own capital, along the coastline.
So, what are we needing to do for this?
At a roleplay, I'm going to build the building myself, which is the, if you scroll down in buildings, you'll see the, where is it? There is road networks, which you can build. I'm going to build them. You're not required to, but for the roleplay, I will build them personally, and you're welcome to if you like, but you don't have to.
Need some money, and I can put them.
Sounds good. It is more, it's like a total roleplay thing, so it's up to you.
By the way, out of roleplay, what are you going to do with Mewa? Like, it's just AI, and he's just expanding wildly.
I'm down to help you fight wars in containment to keep them where they're at, but that player is coming back, so let's make sure they're not just completely dead.
Okay.
But like, if they're getting too big, I'm fine with like fighting wars with them and making like release like puppets.
I just want actually the Deccan trade node, like it's 5 provinces, but if he comes back, I will just talk with him in the next session.
Oh yeah, he was a really reasonable guy, so I'm sure he'll be chill.
Yeah, but because he's conquering more of Malwa, and I think he's going to jump to Multan, he will grow very, very big.
You gotta remember that Timurids are a player, and if that Niwar goes north, I'm sure that they will be very aggressive. So he's surrounded. That nation is surrounded by players, so there's not really much that he can do, frankly.
Holy shit, Timurids has...
They converted to Zoroastrianism. If you didn't see that.
Yeah, I saw that, but he has 4 ID groups, and it's exploration ideas. Yeah, and he took
exploration.
Yeah,
oh my gosh, he did. Yeah. Oh, he's gonna go into Asia.
Yeah, but does he even have the colonial range, like without any islands, like Maldives?
He'll probably be able to hit the islands like to our south. That's what he'll do, I would assume.
Oh, that's true.
That is interesting. I did not realize that. Wow.
Okay, well then.
Roleplay wise, he did force out all the Muslims and like anyone who's not of the Zoroastrian faith. So obviously, Bengal out of roleplay is very hostile with them right now, and I'm sure there are a few Hindus there, and they are also, I'm sure, being, persecuted. So you can decide what you want to do with that too.
I just have Hindu provinces actually, like except for one.
Okay.
But I can't combat this because it's a religious center.
Yes.
It will take a while. Well, actually, I'm converting it right now. Yeah, I do. Okay.
Just heads up, I'm not going to convert any provinces the whole game unless I absolutely have to, because again, I'm role-playing a secular Islam, so.
Yeah, that like the Muslims, so. In the roleplay, not in real life.
Yes. Yeah, I'm role-playing like the bureaucracy, the elite, a lot of the generals, and obviously the Sultan, they're all Muslim, and then like the people are Hindu, so like I'm just going to have to constantly kind of, do favors to them to make sure they don't murder me and my family.
My overall goal is actually to build the biggest trade economy.
Oh. Yeah, I'm gonna do the same. I want Bengal to be a great trade power, so I'm sure we'll begin to compete a bit, hopefully in a friendly manner, but it doesn't have to be that way. And then when obviously the Europeans show up, there'll be that to deal with, which will be interesting.
I mean, the campaign goes for a while, I think. So if Mewa doesn't come, maybe I'm just gonna take the trade center of Gujarat as well, so it's far more easier to us to keep our trade.
If he doesn't come back, we can absolutely discuss that, and we'll do it something like that. But I do think he did his plan of coming back, so hopefully it'd be more fun to have a third player.
Yeah, I can't. Okay, well, we're gonna talk about that if we know more.
Sure. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
One question.
Mhm.
What about Orissa? Because it's all in your trade node, so I didn't take it first.
I did plan on basically taking my whole trade node and not doing any
Okay.
more expansion
Yeah, that's
after that, is what I wanted to do.
That's fine.
So,
Nice.
back in roleplay. What are your thoughts on this great road that my Sultan has proposed for the cooperation of all religions within the continent?
Sounds like a good plan to
Wonderful.
do.
I will give the news to my Sultan, and we will begin construction on our own portion of the road system shortly. Is there anything else I can do for you?
No, not really.
With your grace, I will take my leave and tell my Sultan of the good news. Thank you for your time.
See ya.
If you don't want to be here, I will leave. JK, just finishing my stupid paper. Fuck. Are you still writing that mega one that you put off to the last minute, Mage, I assume? He's greedy. Okay. We have our second trait for our leader. No, wait, no, that's our heir. Alauddin Firuz is greedy. We are now righteous and we are a charismatic negotiator. So we like to be really personally involved with diplomacy. So we're gonna probably take some like semi-dangerous diplomatic trips around the world. Starting with, I think we'll go up and talk to the Singh. Just after I go to the bathroom. We'll be right back, guys. All the goddamn cop. There's a Sufi monk who wishes to set up a government-backed basically preaching system, which we will disagree with because we are a secular government. All right, so let's go ahead and submit the deed. Go with the ulama. We need to build a mosque in Balasora. I think is down here. Yes, it is. We'll build a great mosque. Show the people the teachings of Allah. I will look through these a little bit later. We want to consider some privileges since we do have a lot of decentralization currently going on in our government due to the mistakes of the old sultans, our father and grandfather. Vanilla flavored water. Top fucking tier. Alright. At this point we have a good surplus in government that we've managed to build. Not through our administrative power and taxation, but rather through the benefits of trade with a focus on it by our government. We're going to go ahead and start by paying off the loan that we still have. We will construct, even if all out, Noir. We will build. Well, actually, we're going to begin to build the roads, actually. That's what we're going to do. We have promised to build a road north from our capital to meet up with a road that our friends in Lhasa are going to build. From there, we're going to connect it to Varanasi, which, again, we made a deal with the Northerners to build a great road connecting the holy cities of Varanasi to our capital and our capital to the holy cities of Nepal so that Buddhist pilgrims can pass through the mountains safely and with good roads, as well as to the Varanasi, which is the sacred hub of the Hindu faith. Welcome, Jay. Welcome. Hope you're having a good morning. Let's go ahead and send... You know what? We're going to take a personal trip. Again, we're a charismatic negotiator. We like to do our diplomacy ourselves. So we are going to go on a great trip north to speak with the Northerners, who I assume is still in the game. Let's see. Is he still in the game? I hope so. I really was. Yes, he is. Good. This is the entourage of the Sultan of Bengal.
Oh.
It's the great
We're
Lama
honored.
here in the capital.
Yes, we are honored to have the emissary of the great Sultan in the south.
His Majesty, the Sultan of Bengal. Hello there. I have traveled personally north. Are you learned in the language of my people, or is a translator needed?
I am learned.
Wonderful. Then we can speak freely. I will be honest. I'm a man who has not had a head full of languages, and I can only speak my natural dialect, which is, of course, Persian, as with all the bureaucrats of Bengal, holding my faith and culture. I have taken a trip here myself in order to see the progress made on the road that we are constructing, as we agreed upon in the past, which will be connecting to our northern border with the Koku we have little sway over. I hope that you have begun to build the road of your own, as we have agreed upon.
We have had some issues in regards to our neighboring principalities. However, now that that has just been resolved into a unified nation, we can start focusing on restructuring as well as stability within the Tasang province.
That is good to hear. I am glad that you succeeded in your struggles for your neighbors who would have you come to harm. But I also hope that you are not a warlike people who are going to seek continued constant expansion, as Bengal does not hold much, shall we say, liking for people who would rather paint the world in blood and not prosperity.
No, the only issue that we have is to our north, which is the marauding hordes. And that is
These
more
are the
defensive.
steppe people you speak of, I assume.
Yes.
We have heard of their ferocity and danger.
And they are the ones who worry us the most. As
Indeed.
well as our aggression of Kuch, which lay between myself and you.
The people to the north, the Koch, they do not share our secular nature. The Hindus there persecute the pilgrims who pass along our roads and head north to Lhasa. One of the things I came here personally to talk about is the possibility of a joint conflict and war with them, as I myself was accosted as well as my entourage on the road, though our guards were more than enough to handle them. These people, they do not respect the religions, the people, and the cultures of these regions like I know you do, and like, of course, myself and Bengal does. And I feel to open up the pilgrimage lots between us. I'm not a man of war. I have no ability in it, but I view this as necessary, and I hope you do too.
We do. And we would like to propose something. We know that you have built a good, strong alliance with Asim, but Asim too is aggressive, just like Coke was.
Who? I apologize.
And we would like to replace them as your ally and work out a favorable agreement for both of us.
You're speaking of my alliance with Assam?
Yes.
I would agree to such a term, as long as you would in turn agree to not move with your armies and with your holdings past the Himalayas, and let the lowlands be in the future under control of Bengal, their allies, and their tributaries.
We can agree to that.
In that case, we would agree. And in order to honor the alliance we have with your people and the great respect we have, I will send an envoy to Assam right now to dissolve our alliance with them.
Yes, I do not believe they will be around much long.
Indeed. In that case, what is it that you would like to fight a conflict with the Coke so that the road can be finished, and so we can allow the pilgrims to pass through the roads north to the holy cities and yours south to our own in Varanasi and elsewhere?
Yes, I agree. I think if you take the southern out of the mountain lands and I take the northern, we can connect our two great nations and build a road that will allow pilgrims free passage safely between the two.
I'm glad to hear that you share my concern and resolution in resolving this. In that case, that is the main business I came here to attend. I hope you will allow me and my entourage to feast with you in the capital before you return home and make the trip back. And I hope the next time I make this journey north to your great city, it is done through the great road that we build together and passing only between our own borders.
Yeah.
Very well. We'll speak soon, my friend.
That we will.
All right, I'm gonna write out a post about this next. Y'all gonna see me and my horrible spelling one more time. Securing the pilgrimage routes. The Sultanate of Bengal values all of its religions, of which there are so many in our borders. To the west, we have secured the holy city of Varanasi and restored its Hindu temples, honoring holy place and guarding it from those who do not respect its beauty and holiness. A great road has been discussed and agreed upon with the great saying to the north to guard the holy places of Buddhism and other religions. Their piety and secular tolerance to their nation. And Lama, I think he's called. Let me go look. Lama. Much honor. The road north has begun its construction. Yet he's king, what is he? The Raja of Coke has refused not only the subsidization of this road, but the protection of pilgrims passing along its route. What's up, Gold? How you doing? It is with a heavy heart that the Sultan of Bengal, a man of peace, must prepare for war in order to secure this route. Pilgrimage route? Yeah, pilgrimage route. It must be done through violence. The great Sultan of Bengal promises the war to be swift with the blessing of Allah. When the lands are secured, the road shall be finished and jointly safeguarded by our friends in the saying. The road to Varanasi will soon be complete as well. And when it ends, a truly monumental project will be begun to connect our capital along the coastline with our allies to the south and their holy sites in Hampi and elsewhere. Yes, I'm in Bengal, absolutely. You're working on your Minecraft server again. Hell yeah, man. Looking for a good pilgrimage route picture here. Perfect. Alrighty, back to the game. I do a custom map and it takes a lot of time. Yo, man, like a fully custom Minecraft map. That is very ambitious, man. Make what preparation? We will, of course, make all preparations for it, as someone who values diplomacy and the prestige that come with such feasts. We'll deny Assam, and we'll prepare for the war. I think the conscription. See, are we at our force limit right now? Female troops would not be a bad idea. We are at our limit, so we'll wait till after the war. We'll build a few more. I will build 2 more. It'll cost us a bit, but that's fine. We'll get more total allowance. Actually, we have buildings, I think, that we can build for that now. Yeah, we can build regimental camps whenever. Which will give us the force limit. We will do that with the money we gain from this war and through trade, of course. We have to build regimental camps to upgrade our forces. We have to build the roads to Varanasi and then north to Sing, and then we need to build a road south to Vijayankar, as well as building up our production hubs so we can export more trade. There are so many things to do and so much to work on for the future of our great sultanate. I like how we have a 061 and then we're gonna have a 304 going back and forth. We are really struggling to push trade out of Malacca, and our ships keep attritioning, so that's going to be brutal. We got to rush, where is it? Carville's, which we get at level 9. Once we get Carville's, we'll be fine. We can push trade out of Malacca a lot better. You're allied with Assam and Terhut. Terhut? We'll just start by destroying their army, and then we will go against the other two. I would assume that their army is around equal to us, but if we take out the Terhut first, we should be on equal playing ground. Oh, and it's saying I've offered us the alliance. Wonderful. Which of course we will agree to. Let's go ahead and stop losing all this diplo power because I'm being dumb. Oh, diplomats to send. You gotta follow Sir Chucky. Through Hoots, we will give it that alliance because we're about to fight them. Now we'll lose it literally as soon as we declare war, so we can just do it that way. I'm gonna send him a letter really quickly, letting him know that we're about to do it. Where's Chevy? A messenger appears bearing a letter with the Bengali seal. We prepare to go to war within a fortnight. May Allah watch over you. My friend. All right, let's do this thing. Here we go. Not only that, it's a 27,000 by 15,000 size. That is ridiculous gold. How long do you expect that to take before you're done with it? I'm curious. Can you see all the world because we in England can see all of India and Asia? Okay, what happened? Yeah, because you discovered it, or you got like rumors of the maps of it. I can only see this. This is all I can see. That won't change for a while. Unless I ask players for maps, which I probably won't. Wonderful. We have word that our general has defeated their army, but there's one headed south for the capital. We're gonna get General Sin to intercept them in our own lands and hopefully give them a decisive defeat. We need to chase them south. And our general's gonna catch them. Perfect. Perfect. Their army's been routed. We'll siege at their capital and move on from there. 40-50% water, but at all, I guess some weeks still. However, I had a lot of free time and a good concept. That's fair, man. Hell yeah. This is gonna be our admiral's ship, Ajim. Ajim's Fist. I wish we could name admirals. Can you rename them? No, you can't. It's a shame. Is it normal for you to see the entire known world in the game, or did it bug? Can you see literally every corner of the Earth's moves? Because if you did, you guys bugged. I go let Bulldog know about that. You can't let it obviously affect your roleplay. If you can see every corner of the map, you bugs. If you can see a lot of Asia, then I think that's kind of normal for Europeans during this time period. Depending on certain events and stuff you get. I could be wrong though. Not the new world? Yeah, that's normal. You're fine. They're headed south. I'm gonna split our force and send them south. Itoya declared us their rival. It was a player last time around, but it's not anymore, sadly. Just in case he comes back, we're not going to go after him at all. Moose, you're playing England though, aren't you? It's a sizable force to our east. I'm going to send our troops. Ireland. That is interesting. I'm not too sure about that. If you're worried about it, I go ask Bulldog. He knows way more than I do about this game. We'll quarantine the influenza. They're headed for the capital. We need to cut them off. The king always stays in the palace, so we can't let them get close to capturing him. Catch the army in the south. Sen is a good general. I expect him to win this, or else we'll probably call for his resignation. As we cannot afford to have bad generals since we are so poor in terms of our own military skill. Good. It's a decisive win. We're really not losing a lot of manpower in this war, which I didn't expect, honestly. Such that, frankly, we can keep building the road while we fight this war. Welcome back, Ruski. We're fighting a war of the Coke because the Raja there is blocking the pilgrimage route that me and the Sang have set up, which will go from Varanasi, the holy city, to Gada, our capital, to Lhasa, which is an important hub for the Buddhist religion, and they blocked us. So we are fighting a war with them to secure the pass. When we're done with this war, we're going to build a great road down to our own border, and then the Vijayanagara will build one connecting it to Hampi, which is another holy site. As a secular Islamic ruler in a Hindu country, we need to do everything we can to ensure religious secularism. I hope he doesn't take Moraine and Kathmandu in this stuff, because this is the lowlands of the Himalayas. I said Himalayas, but we'll see. Absolutely. Good, their capital has fallen. We will dev here at some point, I think. We need to get up our Diplo first. We're really behind on Diplo tech. Hell yeah, man. I'm gonna have an out of roleplay conversation about how we're gonna divvy this up too. Hey, so out of roleplay, I just want to have a quick conversation on how we want to do the splitting up of this.
Nepal and Bhutan is the only ones that I want. The rest, I'm turning over to you.
What would you consider that? Because I consider like Meringue and all that stuff like the lowland areas in the Himalayas.
Nepal would be, Meringue would be high mountain. That's the only far one that goes down.
Yeah, the southern region of Nepal, though, is like actually not in the Himalayas. That's the thing. Kathmandu,
Sure.
Kathmandu is definitely a gray area. I guess Marine's a gray area because it includes like the lowland areas to the south, but also like the beginnings of the Himalayas.
It's whatever. I can work out whatever you want to do.
How about just in terms of the tiles of it, Pulpa, Makwanpur, Meringue, Coke, Kojo, and Darang are like the line, and then you get Kathmandu, and then the rest of like those other regions up there. You see what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Okay. So the province of Nepal, right? Is that what you're talking?
Oh, that is a whole province, isn't it? I don't want to cut that off.
And then I can't believe we're the same color, so it's confusing as hell.
All right, those are states. I didn't realize it. That's totally fine. Meringue's yours. Pulpa's yours. I'll just take the southern regions like Mekwanpur, and then Coke, and then the regions. I didn't realize those were states. Yep, that's totally fine. I don't want to fuck you on the states. So sounds good. Bengal is fun as fuck to roleplay, Condor. And you know it. I don't want to hear it, man. Condor's like, win Anbanar! I want sit! Win Anbanar! We will do that at some point. I think I'm probably gonna actually like join another server's Anbanar game rather than run one in my own Discord, so we'll see about that. Alright. So we'll take that. We'll take Makwanapur. We'll take Coke, and then I think we'll take Hajo in this war. He'll secure the northern regions, and we'll be able to build the road, pilgrimage route. Well, we'll need him. I won't take this in the peace treaty though. It's fine.
My reports tell me that there are battalions of men that just went into Bengal.
I have also heard that. I'm bringing back my Eastern army to deal with them.
I've been chasing them out of the mountains, and it's been quite fun.
General Sin is currently finishing the occupation in the east. Frankly, I think they will sue for peace terms very soon. It's just a diversionary tactic, so keep up the sieges and we'll be fine.
I think I finally caught a band of them.
You did? What's up, Kala? How you doing, man? Thanks for the resub. Been a while. How you been? I haven't heard from you in ages, man.
You're a simp. I'm gonna have to report you back to Kuska.
I've been doing pretty solid. Just really deep in roleplay nowadays. I think you know that. Come a long way from the early casual games we used to run. Alright, I think I will separate piece them. Are you gonna want out of roleplay? Do you want all the Coke's territory and then Punaka in the east, or how do you want to do this in the peace deal, Frey?
I can handle it. Yeah.
Because I'm gonna separate piece them individually before doing the piece for the Coke. So for Assam, what do you want anything from them?
Just Punaka.
Okay. Oh, they're actually still at high, so they will have to. Their capital will probably have to be taken.
I'm probably butchering all these names. I feel bad.
I mean, nothing to be done about it, you know. Wonderful. I have gotten peace with the Westerners. They have entirely capitulated to our demands.
Good. We will finally bring peace to the region.
Indeed. This is a new era of religious tolerance and infrastructure building in eastern India and in the Himalayas. They are a strong warrior culture and a proud people, but they do lack in the ability to perhaps build the things that we can.
I hear there are rebels to your south. If you want to pull your men out of the Nepals, you can go take care of them.
I will send both my armies to intercept them. I hear that there is a great peasant leader amongst them who is a formidable man, so I will wait for General Sin to get back. It's been a while. Summer has been really busy for me. What have you been up to, Kala? Like playing games, or have you been doing like IRL shit, man? What's been up? It's really hot here in Finland. Yep. Finland's fucking... There's a heat wave in Europe, I know that. My day is really good fucking. I hope you're having a good one too. They are really running, aren't they? I'll chase them down and destroy that peasant leader. Dirty man. Let's see if I can get favorable to these terms. No, they are still very unwilling to make deals. he's stopping at his trade node. Kind of. Started playing a lot of his games in Hoi 4. Hell yeah. Like comp or casual? I know you always did love comp. Will you consider playing the Ottomans in a roleplay game? Yes, absolutely. There's so much you can do with that. Comp, I feel you, Kala. I respect it, but personally, I really just have no interest in comp games anymore for a lot of reasons, but yeah. We used to run those back in the day. Been a long time, man. Alright, the rebel army has been dispatched. The Red Lever is in stockades, and we are going to siege them out. Going into Rome in a couple weeks. Oh, you're going to Italy, man? Fuck yeah. Dude, make sure to go to the Palatine Hill. It's so fucking cool there, man. Make sure your family goes to the Palatine Hill. It's not fun. The mission tree is too small for the amount of power you get. I don't really care about the mission trees. Like, I played the majority of my time in EU4 but before mission trees were even added, so I frankly barely use them. That's why you guys never see me looking at it, because I don't really care that much. It's interesting and it provides a bit of lore and I guess goals, but in a roleplay game, which is what I do, it railroads you down a specific route, which I don't really feel the need to follow. See if Assam will sue for peace now. Perhaps after their army is destroyed by our allies in the north.
I do believe the reason why they're holding on to false hope is because they occupy your southern territory.
I did not even realize that. You were absolutely right. My generals, many things they do not tell me. I know I am not a military man, but it has become a bit of an issue.
And I have given control of their capital city to you as well, so I would recommend that you...
I will piece them out, and we will end the war with the Coke. And let this war be done with, my friend. A great victory for both of our people and for both of our religions.
Yes.
I will immediately begin construction on the remainder of the road in my region. I hope you would do the same.
Yes, we will start doing that right now.
Wonderful. Perhaps in a year or two you would consider visiting my own capital in Gada. I promise that our hospitality will be well worth the visit.
Yes, we will have the Lama come, and I'm sure that will give great hope to the Buddhists.
It will. I know that Admiral Ajim, who holds great standing in our country, would be honored to meet the leader of his faith. And we would have him greet you here and show you the proper hospitality.
Before I return to Lhasa, what do you know of the Timurids?
In the early days, I know my grandfather had extensive contact with him, and I believe that even my father maintained an envoy there. But as you know, they went more or less dark in us diplomatically when the great religious purges began under the Zoroastrian emperor. We know that there has been much religious persecution there, and there was a great exodus of Muslim as well as other religious minorities. We secured treaties with the Miwar, our friends, the Multan, who we know very little, and even deals with the Yanpur, who, although we hate, also do not wish to see our Muslim brothers brought to injustice. Many, many refugees have come through both land routes and on merchant trips, which I have obviously put in place laws that require our merchants in Western ports to give them refuge back to Bengal. And the number that have reached even our own shores, let alone those near them, number in the tens of thousands, I believe, at the very least. It is a tragic situation.
I see. Thank you very much. I will let the Lama know.
Very well. It was an honor to fight alongside your Lama. Give him the respects of the Sultanate of Bengal.
I will definitely do that.
Alright, we got some letters for the Vijayangar. The Sultan of Mewar decided to declare rivalry against the Great Kingdom of Vijayangar. He got information on how our Great Kingdom tries to get prosperous due to trade embargoes to prevent that from happening. Mewar isn't coming to next sessions. He wrote in DC and his influence in embargo stealing half of my node out of roleplay. It would be fine if I feed the remaining of the provinces to my trade vassal. Man, he is painted so much. It's 1505. Fuck no. Has he really said he's not coming back? Let me look. I see not showing up in my searches. That's weird.
Can I ask a quick question about the rules?
Go ahead and take that to Bulldog, who is the game control for this game.
Okay.
One second, I want to check this to make sure that is the case, because I'm pretty sure he said he was coming back. But I will go check this to make sure. Man, there's been so many messages in EU4 General. Maybe it was an EU4 signups. No, he'll be coming back. I'm just gonna go talk to him directly. I don't want to do messages. Where is he? Yo, so at a roleplay, man, he is coming back. He just won't be here for 2 sessions, which is fine. So we were not gonna fuck with him. So no, we're not gonna take his shit and fuck him up.
Yeah.
If you need help, if he attacks you or something like that, I'm happy to help you, of course. But I'm not sure why the AI rivaled you, but he is coming back, and we have a rule that if players coming back, you're not allowed to really...
Yeah, but I wasn't planning killing him, but I just talked to him last session that we split up deck him, so I can have it, and he gets the Gujarat province. So I'm not going to take.
Do you have written proof of that treaty?
No, I can write him maybe.
Yeah, if you want to DM him and you get his permission, then yeah, we can do that. But I wanted his express permission for that. Yeah. Sound good?
Sure.
Cool. All right. We'll behind a bit. I'm gonna wait until we get we're gonna save the money to embrace the Renaissance before going forward. I have to go to the bathroom again. I'll be right back. Favorites to play with in most cases Russia, you become powerful rather quickly if you do stuff right at the purpose at the beginning of the game. Russia is broken with their new mechanics, in my opinion. I don't understand the meta really well. I've been taking Sargard and becoming Orthodox Protector. You take Rome and become the third Rome. You can colonize America and be for the Asian powers. That's ridiculous. Yeah, this music is really chill. By the way, I am playing more Middle Eastern music because in the roleplay, Bengal's a sultanate and their bureaucracy and power-based, the ruling class, they're all Persian, which is historically what was the case. So culturally at court, it would be like more Persian culture, meaning the music of the court of Bengal would be like Persian music, not Indian music. So just want to justify myself for doing that. We'll finish the road to Varanasi, and then we'll build it south as well. We'll denounce the sect practices. Since we are tolerant, we're going with legalism. Income-wise, we're doing really good. We're making a very solid amount of income. A lot of it's coming from trade. Trade is almost equal to taxation, which is very solid, especially considering it's 1506, which we do need to up. We need carvels to really accurately be able to push trade from Malacca, and we need to increase our, obviously, trading capacity. Wow, that AI really expanded. Look at that. Yeah, there's no one in Asia right now. Then there's that giant freaking Manchu player. Momoki went into Arabia already? He's Zoroastrian, and he is... Did he get Mecca? Not yet. He's close. That's concerning. Alright, we will core coke. Now that we finish the road system there. So we're playing with I'll read this first. Monarchs often struggling to subdue the nobility and secure their standing in the eyes of their peers. The rise of firearms has reduced the nobles' role as warriors, but left them with, in the eyes of the monarchs, too much idle time. In order to dazzle the nobles and keep them occupied, many monarchs are increasingly creating grand new palaces and introducing elaborate court rituals. Bengal is no different, and we have instructed our chief architect to drop the plans for a new palace to be built. We'll go to a bit of depth for it, but it is definitely worthwhile, so we'll agree. Alright, let's see if we missed anything. A lot of news, nothing too crazy, it looks like. Scotland colonized Nova Scotia. Canada's going to be colonized by Scotland. Because England's going to Asia, apparently.
Hello?
Hello there.
Is this the Sultan of Bengal?
You do find yourself in the court of the great Sultan. Who are you, envoy? You look very strange.
We're an embassy from the trading guilds of England.
England! There was an envoy that came back from Kilwa that mentioned the name of England. Where is this place?
We are in the western outreaches of Europe.
Europa. That's the land to the west, I believe, past the old world of our religion.
Yes.
How on earth did you get so far from home? Oh. Oh, I think he's dead.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Yes. We've traveled around the great continent of Africa and found the riches of Asia.
Africa. That is, you mean... We do not know how far it extends. We are, in many ways, in the dark. The Kilwa tell me that it is, although a great continent, not endless.
No, it is not. Africa is about the size.
Well, I must say,
Ru-
I am very impressed that you've managed to make it all the way here. Our own ships are renowned in Asia for being able to go much farther than many others. Yet despite this, there is only so far we can travel. So it is very impressive that you have made it all this way.
Yes, we'd like to discuss trade agreements, as our traders believe that the riches of Bengal can be brought to England. Likewise,
Bengal is always open to trade, and we are always happy to find trade partners throughout the world. What exactly are you proposing with such an agreement?
how about an urban exports agreement?
We would agree to such a thing. The mint cities of Bengal are well known for the beautiful textiles we create, as well as the silver coins that bring great wealth to this region, as well as the many other products that we produce within Bengal. We are happy to export to your traders.
Of course.
In exchange, I would have a request, though.
Yes.
That when you get closer, you are willing to share your knowledge on the western part of the world with us, as we know nothing of these regions.
Of course.
Then we would agree to such a proposal.
Alright.
Trader, have you spoken with the Vijayangar toward the south? Friends of the Sultan of Bengal, myself.
Not yet.
They're a good people, and I would suggest talking with them as well.
Of course.
Is there anything else I can do for you, foreigner?
No, that is all.
England, Momoki wants us to negotiate a deal, so...
You are currently... yeah, you can send my DM, you know, man.
Okay, so we're...
I'll make a channel.
Same.
Ah.
But is there anything else, Envoy?
No. That's
Very
all.
well. Oh, yeah, England's fighting Austria right now. I see. Okay. Just wondering. Alright, we'll save up to embrace the Renaissance, and then we will begin to finish the road in the south and build up the manufacturing hubs. Hopefully those foreigners from England will buy much of our goods and bring more wealth to Bengal. We actually have a loan. Oh, we'll wait to pay that off. I'd rather embrace Renaissance first. There is. Oh, I'm feeling the tiredness, boys. We're around. Man, it's already been 3 hours. We spent so much of it just fucking waiting. But yeah, we got 2 hours left. Like I said, I got 4 hours of sleep last night, so I'm pretty exhausted. I'm gonna go make another coffee so I don't fall asleep here, boys. I'll be right back. There's nothing quite like the feeling of hot fucking coffee spilling all over your hand. It's a magical feeling, I have to say. Just really snaps one back to reality. Alrighty. What are we up to right now? What's up, Ulster? How's it going, man? Hydrate? Cheers. I'll drink to that. Okay. We've saved up quite a lot of income while I was getting burned by coffee. And we are going to... Oh, a revolt. The fools. That is a sizable army of rebels, but they are untrained like our own forces, and we'll quickly dispatch them. We've saved up a sizable portion of our income, which has gotten us very close to being able to embrace the new ideas which have come east of the trade routes to the Middle East, to our Vijayankar allies, and now finally to Bengal. We'll get the organization back of our troops in the north. We're regrouping right now, and we'll defeat them. How you doing, Ulster, man? I got your DM. I just haven't responded to it yet. I will respond. I promise. I really want to build buildings, but I have to stop myself. I just want to click on them because, you know, building's good. With the holy routes built now between us and the Buddhists to the north, and with Varanasi, the holy Hindi city, to the west, it is now time for us to entirely focus on trade. Once these rebels are dispatched, our new institutions embraced, we're going to undergo a huge state investiture program to build up the manufacturing production hubs in the mint cities of Bengal so that we can export more goods to, obviously, our Asian trading partners, but also the English who have now shown up. Can you choose those map colors? You cannot, Ulster. No, the colors of countries are not changeable. Sometimes you can form other countries which have different colors if you don't like it, but not always. Not always. It does vary. Europe just had the Iberian wedding, much later than expected, but they did have the Iberian wedding, which is good. I'm sure Spain is very happy right now. Or what will be Spain, and is now Castile. Military access from the saying, of course. We'll ask for the same thing so we can guard each other's territory, since we obviously share the holy road to the north. So the military in to deal with those rebels. And then at this point, we know what we need to do. Our troops are not well maintained. We are going to have a lot more rebels, so we'll need to keep drilling them. I would optimally like to get them to stand down, but we don't really have that luxury at the moment, given how much of our people are not really behind us in any capacity. Can you show the player map mode? Yes, of what I can see, I can. There's a Manchu player. There's a Sunda player. There's us as Bengal. There's a Singh player. There's a Vijayangar player. Mewar players coming back in 2 sessions. There's a Tim's player. There's an Ottomans. There's an Ethiopia. There's a Kilwa. There's a Congo. There's a Songhai. There was a Tunis. I don't know if he came back. There's a Cyprus. There's a Naples. There's a Pope. Papal States as a player. There's a Castile. I think we lost to Portugal. There's a France. There's a Holland. There's an England. There's a Scotland. There's an Ireland. There's a Hesse. There's an Austria. There's a Poland. There's a Muscovy. There's a Japan over there. There are a few others too. Actually, I can literally just go down the list here. I can recognize them. Muscovy, obviously. Any I missed. Korea, there's a Korea too. I forgot about that. Bavaria. There is a Portugal. We do have the Portugal now. There's a Hungary, there's a Brandenburg, and there's a Brunswick as well. So pretty busy. Have I tried Tongu? I have not tried Tongu. Where are they at? Are they on the map? Is that like a formable in Burma or something? I've never tried it, Cam. you want to gift it some holster. To Tall. What's up, Tall? You lurking lad, I see you. I think Tall's just not talking to me until I stream RimWorld again, which I respect. I assume. I've got a Surfing USA campaign going on, and Christ, it's so hard. You start as Hawaii and do something, right, Scythe, I think? Alright, we can do a governmental reform. For administrative cadre, we could do administrative clergy, nobles of the robe, meritocratic recruitment, government of the Pervious Register, which is the Rajput warriors, or I could do integrate the moneylenders. Oh fuck, here we go. Thank you for the gift of subs, Ulster. Appreciate you, dog. Always appreciate you. It'll be meritocratic recruitment or they integrate the moneylenders. We'll integrate the moneylenders. In corporate branches that have powerful banking houses, we can play them off each other and guarantee better deals when we require funds. I mean, we're an economic hub, and we need to understand that. And since our leader is diplomatically focused on trade and money, obviously through trade, we'd want money lending because we want access to like a lot of loan markets so we can do large public spending campaigns when we want. So we'll go for that. We will embrace the Renaissance. We will embrace naval ambitions and the courthouse. And then we will go for shipyards in just a moment. Renaissance, its influences in Bengal. Spreading from Italy and across Europe, the cultural rebirth of the ancient Greeks and Romans brings with it new ways of thinking about the world we live in. They give us a new understanding of how we relate to other people, and ways to change politics as much as it changes art. While encompassing a multitude of cultural movements expressed in a multitude of ways in different places, there are a few sire tenets bringing community to our cultural age. These principles have become pervasive in our society and carries influence not just in philosophy and humanist teachings, but in art, architecture, law, and warfare. All the time, this will make our nation strong and our people indomitable in the realm of temporal as well as spiritual. As Bengal looks to the past, Bengal looks to the future. Wonderful. And we have shipyards. Great. Which means we can build dockyards and upgrade our naval limit, which we will work on, but it's not our #1 priority right now. We have the remaining, with the money we're going to be making, we are going to go ahead and pay off our loan, and then we are going to invest in production centers, which I'm going to write a whole roleplay post about in just a minute. Ah, it's a tragedy. We'll offer another royal marriage. Well, everything's alright with you, Ulster. Formula the US says Hawaii, Jesus. And unfortunately, a sub-goal is to take Rapani and build the East Island statues because it's a huge boost to Polynesian cultures, but same as a fast bugger. Yes, they are. And they love taking the Galapagos. I know that very well. From colonial games I've done. They're always on the Galapagos, I swear. The AI must be coded to go for them, I think, or something. Will we be playing as an EU4 Grand Campaign? I will be playing as Rome. I'm gonna co-op another player. We're gonna roleplay Rome together in the EU4 Grand Campaign section. Give it a bit, Solster. Jesus Christ, man. I could have sworn we had loans. No, I do. It's just I can't pay it off yet. I have one loan. Okay. In real life, I have so many more than that, but... we can name generals. I think it's admirals we can't name. Chaudhuri is a very strong general. Interesting. Paryushana. Paryushana marks the holiest period of the Jain religious calendar. It is a time of fasting, austerity, and absolution. Members of the Jain community use this time for prayer, meditation, and asking forgiveness from their fellows. Jain ministers employed in the Bengali administrative have petitioned the state to ask the slaughter of animals to be prohibited for the duration of Paryushana. While a costly proposal for our butchers, it suggests that the state could make up for the loss of profit. We're gonna disagree, because we don't allow any certain religion to push their festivals or rites on the other ones, so we'll disagree with that. Ancient claim revealed as false. A humanist scholar in the recent field of philology has studied the ancient documents that was discovered last year. The one about our everlasting right to certain lands not currently within our borders. While the document was absolutely rightfully assumed to be centuries, if not millennia old, the scholar claims that Latin used in the document doesn't match the Latin at the time of the Romans or Charlemagne, or whatever we were supposed to have written it. Again. As a matter of fact, it uses words that were not common until the last decades. Castelton claims, but at least we can be thankful he didn't get in the document with the ink was dry. We got the money for it. It's fine. It is no issue. How expensive is that loan? There used to be like a tab where you could look at all your loans. I don't know where that is anymore. I think they got rid of it. Unfortunately. Oh man, the emirs are asking for assistance. We'll deny the aid. We're gonna prioritize. We're gonna prioritize economic policy over it, so we will say no to that. The Rajputs are really angry at us right now. We can integrate them into the army in order to give them favor, but then that doesn't make them like us anymore, so we're not going to do that. Nothing we can do about it right now, unfortunately. They'll just have to be upset with the government. Nothing to be done. Can build manufactories as well. Trading fair. Canal systems too. That gives a development trade value modifier increase and local development increase or decrease. That's really nice. We'll build this in the capital. I am going to develop the capital a little bit later on when we have disposable income. I like how the latent goods will require certain resources to be produced. It's really interesting. We could produce cannons and export them to the rest of Asia, which would be really interesting. Building on a really early military industrial complex in EU4 would be fascinating. And we will call it D. Hopefully we can deal with the Rajputs here. Now the Brahmins are very angry. We'll deal with them. They want a mosque in Set Gaon, which we can do. Alright, our debt is paid off. Now we're just going to wait to build a mosque, which will cost us around 90, I think. Did he ever read the story of Charlemagne stealing because an angel told him to? I haven't, Ulster. Have you heard the theory that Charlemagne didn't exist? Let me go see if I can find a link to that. It's really interesting. I remember reading about it when I was younger. This is a really interesting one. It's pretty out there and almost certainly not true, but this is interesting. He was way too perfect? Yep. Yeah, it's called the Phantom Time Hypothesis, which like basically suggests that the church invented like a whole period of history that didn't exist. According to this scenario, the entire Killian period, including the figure of Charlemagne, is a fabrication for the phantom time of 297 years, AD 614 to 911, added the early Middle Ages. Yeah, it's not a really well-supported theory, but it is interesting, which suggests that basically 300 years of history just didn't happen and the church made it up. Like the real deep Dark Ages, which is really interesting. I mean, Charlemagne's like... his history is complicated in many ways, and I think most of like his perfectness and the supposed virtue of Charlemagne is more due to like him being kind of like almost made into a saint figure by the church and in their histories and the histories of the regions he controlled, and that like he was kind of seen as like this pivotal figure that everyone should aspire to, but in reality I'm sure he didn't exemplify many of those values that he supposedly did, right? But heroes are useful, especially in a religious and political context. Where's Set going? There it is. We will build a mosque here, as requested by the Brahmins. He inspired the stories of King Arthur, right? I think he was involved with it, but Arthur's really debated. Arthur is heavily debated in his origin, where the story comes from, where it was expanded to, so that's a much more complicated one, but I do believe it is suggested that a lot of the story was influenced by the stories of Charlemagne that came out of France, yes, I think. Alright, we're gonna do a Diplo post. Again, for a little while. Peace and prosperity in Bengal. With the recent war a success against the irreligious and dangerous Raja of Coke and their utter annihilation. How you spell this wrong? God damn it. I'm gonna use a different word. Destruction. We'll go with that. The Sultanate, not a capital letter, of Bengal has now reached an era of economic prosperity not seen since the current Sultan's grandfather ended his wars of conquest. Sultan, what's his name? Saif. Is now in his middle years, and with the decentralization crisis at least stable, the coffers restored, and the government's debts paid, there are so many possibilities. The Sultan has announced a public spending campaign by which he will use the levies taken in taxation and place a 2% tariff on all goods entering Bengal. All of this money will go to the building of the road south to Hampi, as well as the commission of new trade ships, which shall be given back to the trading guilds at low-cost rates. To incentivize more trade power for the Sultanate. Once this is achieved, the Sultan wishes to build up the old mint cities, as well as expand new ones to produce the many valuable goods that Bengal uses to be the trade center of Asia. May God protect the Sultan and guide his work. He could have been real. He could have been based on something. It is possible. I'm just saying. It is possible. That'll work. Wonderful. All right. We missed that a bit. It looked interesting, but oh well. Yeah, I don't think it can be ruled out that Arthur didn't exist. I think that it, as with many historical stories, it's been dramatically embellished and has taken on a life of its own, because most of, especially oral tradition and written tradition, is basically just a series of Chinese whispers that we give credence to because we've seen historical documents and we have nothing else to go on. So I think there is a possibility that he was real or based on a real person. My money would be on like a Roman governor somewhere in Britain that was just very fair and known for being just, like the Knights of the Round Table being Roman knights, and King Arthur being like the governor of Britain for Rome. Obviously, that is what I think was probably the case personally. There's obviously no proof of that. It's just one of the many theories surrounding him. So obviously, probably much more complicated than that, but it is possible, you know. Arthurian legends are really interesting. They're good stories too, you know. But every story has a little bit of truth in it, you know. Merlin lays the light Green Knights and it's all fantastical, or based off of Charlemagne. Charlemagne could have influenced. I think it's more complicated than just Charlemagne, though, I would say. We're going to increase our opium production here. Bengal is becoming a opium hub in Asia. I read a rumor a few months back about someone finding ancient documents that said Alexander the Great was mummified in white honey so his body wouldn't decompose in his death. That's really interesting. You know what blows my mind, Scythe? Is that the grave of Alexander has never been found. Or at least if it was, whoever found it kept it fucking quiet and just like stole everything. Because to this day, no one knows where Alexander was buried, and supposedly his burial was one of the greatest in history besides like Genghis Khan's, whose also burial has not been found, wherever he was buried in the steppe, which is fascinating. I would love to see in my lifetime, I know it'll never happen, that either we find the grave of Alexander somewhere in the Middle East, probably in Egypt somewhere, or we find the grave of Genghis Khan. I think that would be so freaking cool, man. And obviously unleash like an ancient curse that will make things even worse for us, but yeah. He was given a sky burial. Supposedly, he was given like a huge like burial was done with a bunch of like very valuable things that he'd taken, I believe. That's what I've read when I was younger. I could be wrong though. Bengal's valuable, but not as valuable as I would like. There's a lot leaving. It's because they're upriver. We need to upgrade Dhaka as well. When we get 200 gold, we will upgrade the natural harbor to a center of trade. She should have done a while ago, I just forgot about it. I heard once the Mongols often cremated their dead. Could be with Genghis as well. It could be, yeah. The legends, or at least that I read when I was younger, is that like he did have like a great barrier supposedly in the steppe, which has never been found, which was supposed to be full of riches and whatnot, but that could easily have been a story started at some time period, even much later, you know. That's the thing with history, man. We don't have really any good sources at all, and anyone who tells you otherwise is lying. So it's very tough to know what's true and what's not, I think.
Hello, Amu.
Yes. What can I do for you?
It's because I crashed as soon as I launched the warp with Denmark, and I was wondering if I could get back in the game.
I will send you to Bulldog. He'll make the call on that as the game controller.
Okay. Where is Bulldog?
I just wanted to find more history and lore on medieval India. I can't really find any because most people say it's just a mess with kingdoms rising and falling so fast. It was very complicated, Zodi, but it's no different than like Europe, you know. You should check out the Vedas, like the Hindu like Vedics, I think they're called. They're like it's their religious books, but they're really interesting and the stories are fascinating. What can I do for you, Astrid?
Nothing. I wanted to talk with Poland, but he ran out of the game. I can see.
Is he in one of the VCs?
Yeah, I think so.
Let me take a look. Where is he? Yeah, I can move you down there. What do you think about the war between Egypt and a mysterious society that no one knows? Do you mean the Sea People, Ulster? Are you talking about the invasion of the Sea People or something else? I was just having an interesting conversation with Chevy last night about the Sea People. Yep. A large part of me wants to say it's Atlantis. I want to say, a deep part of me wants to say it was the Atlanteans who came out of their watery fucking kingdom at the bottom of the ocean and attacked the ancient empires of Mesopotamia. Realistically, most likely Italians or Greeks that did a huge invasion of the Levant and Egypt. Or Vikings, yeah. It could have been the Franks out of Francia. It could have been the Iberians. It could have been the Vikings. It could have been the Greek kingdoms. It could have been the Italians, like the pre-Etruscans. There's a lot of possibilities. But yet again, that's a case of we know of like what the fallout of that was, but we don't know anything about what happened because the record keeping in those ancient areas was so bad. Even Egypt, their records that we have of it are very limited in many ways. So, do I think Atlantis was real? Yes, but was it a hyper-advanced civilization that went to the bottom of the ocean to form a fucking country? Almost certainly not. Although a deep part of me wants to say that's true, even though I know it's not. Realistically, I think it was probably Crete. The Minoans were really, really fucking advanced, and they had technologies that just were blowing the minds of everyone around them. I mean, they had so much no one did before, like their utter extinction, the volcano erupted, and it destroyed a lot of their early civilization. I think it was the Minoans in Crete. And then that just like slowly got turned into like the rumors and like, you know, storytelling and like verbal storytelling, which was common in Greece, passed that down, and then it was called Atlantis, and it was some like faraway place, when in fact it was Crete. That's my belief on it. But maybe it could have also been from like Sicily or Cyprus or something like that. It's impossible to say. There were a lot of advanced ancient cultures that we just don't have the records to really understand, like, I think how advanced they were. I'm not talking sci-fi shit, but I just mean that they were relatively advanced for the time period, which was then attributed to the Atlanteans, I think. We're keeping of ancient times. Goddamn Bronze Age collapse. Yes, literally, we lost so much history, and it's a fucking tragedy, man. And then, I mean, what records really remained? A lot of them were in the fucking Library of Alexandria. And when that burned down, we lost so much ancient history, man. Like the Library of Alexandria burning was probably one of the greatest tragedies in human history. Like, if you're not taking into account like things like massacres and, you know, ethnic cleansing. If you take that out of the picture, right? I think one of the greatest tragedies in human history was the fall of the Libraries of Alexandria. Because the amount of history that we just fucking lost, it's just gone. It's so fucking sad, man. You know? Atlantis could have been the Sahara Desert. How do you figure, Samurai? I'm curious about that one. How do you figure? What's your mindset on that? We have been to give. We're going to upgrade all these ships to Carnivals as we have new technologies that allow our ships to go even further from our shores than before. Was it Kaiser or his son that burnt it? I don't think Kaiser is the type of person to do it, but Octavian, yeah, Octavian would do it. Let's be honest. I mean, I don't dislike Augustus, but he didn't, I think, have a lot of respect for certain things that his adopted father did, you know.
Great Sultan of Bengal.
Hello, who am I speaking with?
The diplomat from the Lama himself.
Welcome, Envoy. You are always welcome in the courts of the Sultan. What can I do for you?
I've come to tell you that the roads in Tasang have been complete.
Wonderful. As have we built our own roads, and they are maintained by the forces and border guard posts all along it. It stretches from our capital to Varanasi, and from our capital up to our border of Lhasa, connecting ourselves. I would like to let your Lama know that we have negotiated a treaty with the Southerners in Vijayangarh to build a great road from our capital along the coastline down to the holy sites of Hampi in the south.
That is very good to hear.
Indeed. I am glad to see that so many of the religious people in both of our communities will have a peaceful pilgrimage route across their lands.
I do want to talk to you about the Chengai and the Japar.
Our most ancient enemies.
The Jampar have allied the hordes of the Chengai.
The Chagatai, you say?
Yes.
We have heard bad things about them, and the Yonpur are, again, as I said, our oldest and fiercest enemies. My grandfather gave them the sword and pushed them back from the holy sites, which they had desecrated and gave no respect to. So if you are suggesting a conflict with them, know that the Bengalis are always ready to fight our ancient enemies.
And then how do you believe the kingdom to your south would feel about that?
He is a good friend of ours. I am sure he would accept the situation, as he views them as a threat as well.
Okay, that is good to hear. I don't want to cause too much turmoil in
this, the southern regions are very united. He is a great Maharaja, but his domain is vast, and I think he is beginning to pit temper.
I do know the Mongols, I have heard, have rebelled against their overlords and now wish to fight them as well.
Where would this be? In the northeast, I assume?
Correct. The Steppes people have never really been truly united since the fall of their great Khan.
We have heard that there is great turmoil within China and the great emperorship there, and that they lose territory by the day to the invaders.
Yes, unfortunately, we have to pay tribute to the Ming emperors still.
It is a tragedy, but it is better to be safe than risk the ire of China.
Yes, or the steppe hordes.
Indeed.
So that is good to hear that you are together with us on.
When are you thinking about such a war?
Not anytime soon, per se. We are quelling the rebels in Nepal and Brunei as they rebelled towards our workers as we constructed the road.
Indeed. I'm glad to hear that's been taken care of. As I'm sure you may have heard through rumors along the trade caravans, I have instituted a number of public investiture programs, and I am very focused on furthering trade and production within the region of my kingdom. And I would prefer to focus entirely on that without war hampering it for at least some time.
Yes, I agree. We want peace in our region as well, and not looking for war. That's why we're concerned about the steppe hordes coming south so far.
Indeed.
So I will return back and let the Lama know.
Send the Lama my agreement to such a proposal, And of course, I give him honor as a great friend and ally of the Sultanate, as always.
We appreciate Bengal very much.
As we appreciate our friends to the north. Go with the guidance of Allah, my friend. I missed some stuff here. History is really awesome. It's so fucking interesting. Why are you all knowing so much history? Because it's fucking fascinating. I think it was Octavian. Yeah, he was complicated. Not my favorite emperor. You went to college for it? Yeah, Zoda, you know your shit, man. Plato described how Atlas, who was Poseidon's firstborn of 10 brothers, was appointed king to rule over all 10 provinces of Atlantis. Coincidentally, Atlas was also named the first king of Mauritania, Western Africa. Whoa, the location of the Riket structure, overlooking the Atlantic Ocean and having the Atlas Mountains to the north. A map by Herodotus in 430 BC names this specific area of Atlantis. So perhaps it was the Mauritania region. Wow, all the way over in Western Africa. That's fascinating. I mean, they did get a lot further than I think a lot of people give them credit for in that time period. No, it should show up. The Riket structure? Hold on, let me look that up. That's interesting. God, you guys gonna pull me down the Atlantis rabbit hole again? Jesus. Fauna feature in the Sahara. Oh, I've seen this thing. It's so freaking cool. Yep. All right, we gotta go take a look at this real quick. So this is the Riket structure, which is what Samurai was referencing. It's a prominent circular geological feature in the Sahara's Adrar Plateau, which is, I think, just to the south of the Atlas Mountains, right? In Quodana, in west central Mauritania. It is an eroded geological dome exposed to sedimentary rock and an igneous rock. It looks fucking beautiful. Like, it's fucking beautiful, man. It's location of exceptional accumulations of Archeolian artifacts. Interesting. So you're saying this is supposedly connected to Atlantis in like the histories or something? Samurai? Oh, here we go. The famous city of Atlantis may have been found in a rather unlikely place, the Sahara Desert. According to a YouTube clip, oh boy, that's a good source, uploaded earlier this week, there's a massive audience online that remains in the Riket city Plato spoke of in the 4th century BC, can be found in the African country of Mauritania. Oh my gosh. Atlantis, which they're saying was basically built on top of this. If there was a city built on top, there would be so much archaeological evidence, though. Was destroyed a single day of night and misfortune. Interesting, but honestly doesn't look like there's a lot of evidence to support that. Oh, what's up, Dolphin? How you doing? You want to know how many provinces you need to make Tibet in CK3? Tell me, how many, Dolphin? I assume a lot. Oh, we were both wrong. It wasn't Julius Caesar when he was pursuing Pompey to Egypt and ordered ships in the harbor to be set on fire, and the fire got out of hand and made its way to the library. Fuck, it was Kaiser. Not on purpose, though. Well, at least it was said that it wasn't on purpose. Perhaps he did it on purpose and then realized what he did later, so. I thought they were in Madagascar? Interesting. His name was Gaius Julius, the 3rd Kaiser. Hello? Who is this? No. Someone joined my VC and left, alright. Are we doing a rehost? Another one? Another rehost?
Because I crashed.
We couldn't do a hot join?
What?
We couldn't do a hot join?
Okay. We're rehosting?
Yeah, we're rehosting.
We're gonna have to, he crashed. I didn't host this time around, they jacked it to see
Oh,
if it
he's
was
the host
something.
and he crashed, I gotcha.
Yeah, because we were...
Did you get the save, Jack?
No.
Well, he probably... I can send him one, don't worry.
Sounds good. Alright, let's kill stuff. We only got an hour left, so.
Well.
Alright, host crash. We're gonna do another rehost. Man, lobby sim today. Jesus Christ. It is something else. Yeah, it's cursed lobby today. It's been a while since we've just had extreme technical issues, so we've had a good run. We've had a good run. No, I'm streaming nothing after this. Guys, I'm running on like 3 or 4 hours of sleep right now, so I am, if you can't tell, so fucking exhausted, it's ridiculous. So no. Just this. I'll be back Tuesday with a CK3 Iberia roleplay game. I'm going to be roleplaying the Emir of Zaragoza. And then on Thursday, maybe D&D, we'll see. Friday is going to be the beginning of... Or no. Friday I actually may not stream. There'll be a stream in the evening for that England game, the 3rd session. Saturday, Grand Roleplay Camp... No, actually no Grand Roleplay Campaign. I actually won't be streaming as much next week. Also, guys, the next few weeks I won't be streaming as much. My dad's coming to visit. And I haven't seen him in like, oh man. I haven't seen my dad in 3.5 years. It's been a while. So, yeah. We're going to be doing a lot of stuff. Me, him, and my aunt. So, I won't be streaming as much the next couple weeks. Just heads up. And then I will be back and stream lots more. Again, I promise. You want to do this Solar stuff at 5 a.m. Yeah, I know. I'm not saying that the tiredness isn't my own fault, because it is, but it is what it is. Hell yeah, Zodi. Just show up. Don't reserve anything, Moose, but if you can make it, just show up and we can do it that way. Getting EU4 error messages right now. It's weird. Very, very, very odd. Oopsies, that's not what I wanted to do. Is Tuesday still the Iberia game? Yes, it is, Zodi. Yeah, we're still taking reservations for that as well. How many players do we have in that game right now? Let me go look. There are actually 2 custom characters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We have 12 people confirmed for it, and I assume a few will show last minute too, so it should be interesting. How do you reserve site? You need the CK3 rule in our Discord to see our CK3 channels. In the CK3 channels at the bottom, there's one called CK3 Iberian Struggle Sign Up. Just go in there, look at what's available at the top from what's reserved and what's not. There's a bunch of character cards there that kind of give you background on the characters. And then just in that channel, type me what you want, and it'll be reserved. So, yeah. Alright, we're gonna wait for the rehost. Alright, cool, we're up. Site, you reserve by going to the channel. In CK3 session, you'll need to get the CK3 role in the Discord, which you do in the rules channel. You go to the Iberian sign up channel, and then you in there, you type in what you want. There's a list of playable folks at the top. If you want one that's not listed there, or you want to make a custom one, just let me know. If you want a custom, there's a sign up form for it. Yeah, there's 2 custom characters, Zodi. They look pretty interesting, actually. There's a lot of backstory written on them. Machu Picchu was burned down? What? Oh shit, it got really close. It got really close to it, but it didn't destroy anything, apparently. But it did get really close. Damn. Yeah, it nearly burned down. You're welcome, Scythe. I'll probably play a Muslim country since I've been playing a lot of Catholics in Iberia in the Grand Campaign. Yep, that's where I'm at too. I'm playing a Muslim. I'm playing the Emir of Zaragoza, which is really interesting. I'll show you guys his card really quickly while we're waiting to join this game. He is right up here in Zaragoza, which is on the border of Castile, Navarra, Aragon. We play Paria, which is like tribute to the Castilians. Where is his card? This is him. House Hadid. Yeah, but it's interesting roleplay wise, and the guys who's gonna be roleplaying as Navarra, and then the guy playing as roleplaying as Sancho are really solid, so I think it'll be interesting. Yeah. He is calm, humble, honest, and cynical. Yeah, his beard's not epic enough. Yeah, it's fair. He's humble though, you know. He's not gonna have a big beard. The Mujahideen family? Which one is that, Scythe? You might be right. Which one was that? We didn't make character cards for all of them. There was a few Emirs we didn't. No, for the really small ones, we didn't make them. You can still reserve it, Scythe. You just have to let me know. There's just not going to be a card for it. So you're going to have to kind of look up your own stuff. I actually need to delete these. Never did that. Mayurica. Oh yeah, that's because there's like nothing on him. And there's a reason I didn't... Why did I not make a card for him? I know I had a reason for it. I love the Sevilla Duchy in CK3. It's such a good money maker. They have a very competent leader to start out with. What song is this? Let me look. I'm not sure. I'll give you a link to the playlist they got though. The one I was so split between playing was the Zirids in the south in Granada, because they're a Berber family who's got distant relatives basically in charge in like modern day Tunis, and their history is really interesting. But then the Hudids, who are in charge of Saragossa, they're really interesting, and their position's really interesting, so I decided to go with them. We'll see. If I get killed by the Christians, I'll just switch country somewhere else. I don't plan to expand. I just want to roleplay out the Priya system. Yeah, the Zirids are really cool. Fully agreed. You're doing your necrophage one, Chris, right? I think you said you were gonna do that. I have always loved Mallorca, one of my favorite places, so I jumped at the opportunity to play them. Hell yeah. I've been to Ibiza, that's it. I went to Ibiza to party for like a week once, but... Well, you can actually see Europe right now. Brandenburg's really big. Denmark got Norway. France is too big. Austria, Bohemia. Muscovy is huge. Two Sicilies in the Papal States. Tunis is pretty big. Portugal and Brazil. France in the Caribbean. Castile in the Caribbean. And the Scottish in Canada. Congo, pretty good size. Killa solid. Ethiopia is really big. The Manchu are just murdering their way through the Ming. Fuck yeah. Japan is unified. Wow. Okay. That's a unified Japan. But the New Zealand player. Yeah, the New Zealand players united New Zealand as well. Nice. I'm not sure if he's coming back though today. And the Spanish are in Texas as well. What about the factions on the outskirts that played a big part of Iberian politics like Fez and Almoravids? You can do diplomacy with them, but you can't conquer them, and we're not going to allow people to play them. Everything will be condensed into Iberia, period. You can see the player map right here, Dolphin. I'm not sure if you'd recognize the players from the early days, frankly. Yeah, Japan's gotten really strong. All out's, yeah, I'm not surprised. Yeah, Madagascar can go pirate. The Maldives, I think, can go pirate too, right? I thought they could. Could be wrong. Can they? I thought they could.
Steam Sultan, how you doing?
What's up?
How's everything going out there in the mighty East?
It's good. Pretty slow expansion. I've just been basically role-playing like a trading kingdom the whole game, so...
Oh, you too?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, actually...
we're a production hub for opium and paper, so we're exporting both.
Wait, is it actually a trade good?
Yes, it is.
Is it one of those, like, ones you have to, like, be a certain tech and have a shit ton of money to build?
No, it's just naturally there.
That's amazing.
There's a lot of opium in Bengal.
Good for you. Back pain, nowhere. Not in that country.
No, we whenever we do operations medically here, we just get them high as shit. So it's not bad.
It's also not bad when you're defending against the cavalry charge or elephants either.
True. Yeah. A little bit of opium makes the getting run over by elephants a little bit more manageable. Convert to Hindu? No, Dolphin. We're role playing a secular Islamic elite over basically Hindu primarily and Buddhist nation. So no, I want to role play a secular Islam game.
So, what is your have you had any relations with the Ottoman Sultan?
Very few. We had a letter from him briefly, and but really no contact. Which I really need to contact him, considering he is the Caliph now.
Yes, I tried to be nice with him and tried to offer him a lot of money for some land in Africa, but being Sicilian, my personality prevailed.
Are you actually Sicilian?
Yeah.
I thought the Italy LARP was just, you know, fucking around.
But you know, being the Sicilian personality prevailed, and I ended up threatening him, and yeah, we're not on good terms.
What are your thoughts on the gabagool?
The gabagool, you know, it's good, you know, but it's not good when it's fatty. I fucking hate when it's fatty.
No, it can't be fatty. You need the good gabagool, you know?
You need it just needs to be just right.
Agreed.
I couldn't tell you how you raise a pig to have the perfect amount of fat on it, but you know, that's not my fucking job. My job is to keep those pig farmers safe. And I know. What? We already lost the server.
Something's up. Something's fucking wacky right now.
Alright.
Let me go talk to the host 1 second.
Yeah, go find him.
That's that. I crashed again. So it's not just Bulldog's problem.
Do we have any idea what might be causing this?
No, we have no clue what's causing this.
I'll look in between this session and next session and see if there's something that updated.
Unfortunately, I think we probably got to call it 45 minutes early.
I was so close to the Rhineland.
Like we gotta get this figured out and figure out if it could be the trade. I would be worried. I love the mod, but I would be worried it's the trade goods mod.
Well, I mean, we had no issues last session, so I'm gonna see if any of the mods updated.
We could try literally getting everyone into VC and making everyone restart their games.
It doesn't. Unlike Point 4, when you it doesn't work like that. It clears your cache every time.
Oh, okay. Even if you only go back to the main menu.
Yeah, because that's why it restarts for a second.
Why don't they do that in all their games?
Why does Paradox do half the stuff?
That's fair.
No, they explained it because basically the game was the code was so messy, so they basically put a code in crashing automatically the game when you restart it, so it resets everything and doesn't cause problems.
Well, that's fucking shitty. I'm having such a good time with this game.
Same. I just need one more year.
I have formed the Hanover, so yeah.
I'm
I
so
guess so.
close to the run. I just need one more. Just
All right,
one
do
more
we
year.
want to call and try and get this fixed over the week and see if we can continue next Sunday?
I say we should do
All
that.
right, Bulldog, you want to do? I'm gonna pull everyone in here. Help me if you're mod. Help me pull everyone in
Well,
here.
if you want, we can try and just see if me hosting it, we can get it going, because it is 40 minutes, but if we crash again, then we call it.
Yeah,
Well,
I say we give it one more
You
shot.
crashed.
That's
you
your call.
crashed
Your
too,
game
though.
controller. It's for your Coleman.
We're gonna try one more time. If it crashes again, I'll see if it's a save issue. If it's a mod issue, I'll mess with it in between.
Sounds good.
Oh, if it's save issue, that would suck.
Well, it just means we have to go to like a month or two before.
Well, it's been happening for like a while now, so.
Yeah. I really don't want this game to end. It's really fun.
Yeah, this is a really good game.
I'm about to form Ryan. I'm so excited.
Well,
I like went ahead on tech just to get to it.
yeah, I spent like 1,000 admin points to get admin tech 10.
I spent
had
900.
I had a lot of to spare, so yeah. Using it all to dev was kinda boring and wasn't giving me much.
If you're getting bored, you're not doing enough roleplay, my man.
Sorry.
No, that's not what I meant. I'm not like, how dare you? I'm just like, bro, you know, like, if you're in a position nothing's happening, just like go talk with players and do diplomacy. You know, there's like 101 things you can make up for reasons to do it, and it's more entertaining than just sitting there staring at your fucking screen, right? Because I mean, there's a lot going on in the HRE from I've heard, right? I mean, it's just a lot.
Yeah. So Brandenburg and Austria are fighting.
Yeah, it's kinda a little league war before.
It's a mini league war, yeah.
I just don't understand the mechanics because none of my allies were called in. I'm just alone.
Yeah.
I think it's a scripted thing.
Well, you're not alone. I'm kind of, sending you my entire
Yeah, that's
army.
true. That's true. That's true. The conductory works.
Yeah.
But I allied like some Catholic AIs, just hoping they would help me. None of them don't. I think it's cool he does it. The Brandenburg, that he does it all alone. I think it's cool.
Also, Hessa, do you annex Thuringia when you form Rhineland?
15
I don't
dodges.
annex.
I'll leave myself. Actually, I'm gonna go to VC, so I don't confuse y'all by talking to my chat. 15. It's very low. The mods we put in place basically do a lot of limitations on force limit. So, yeah. It's a lot lower than what it normally is. It makes it so wars don't just get ridiculous and force limit doesn't get ridiculous in manpower too. You did lose Flanders, fair. Who'd you lose it to, Tajit? Did the France deck on you? Just curious. Austrian Hesse, I gotcha. That's fair. Land war, naval war, fair. I mean, yeah, not surprised. I'll be back in just a moment. Oh, loading sim today. First game you want to play out of Europe? Yeah, that's where I was. I did my first game in Europe. I played Castile in Spain, and it was fun, but I want to get like there's so much in the world, right? Especially in EU4, and that's why I went to Bengal, which I'm very happy with. I really enjoyed it. Which is why I really hope we get this game stabilized here so we can keep going. Alright. Malaya or Italiano would be, I can never say it like, it would be fun, yeah. More hydration, nice. What the hell's going on with the lobby? Something's wacky today. Let me try to rejoin. Paradox crash, alright. Damn.
Did you crash?
Yes, I did.
Do you want me to hot join you in or what? It's up to you, man.
Did you guys just start?
Yeah, I went one day, but I mean I can hot join you in. Real quick, 'cause you load pretty fast, so.
Yeah, sure. That was weird. As soon as I clicked the button, I just gone. Oh well. Honestly, I'm having trouble sleeping lately because of some stress for a lot of reasons. That's part of it. So I was up late, and then around like 3 a.m. we were organizing like the plans for like the upcoming Stellaris games roleplay wise. We want to organize me and a few of our staff and people in the server, and I got this idea for this civilization in Stellaris that I wanted to write, and I got really inspired to write it. So I spent like 2 or 3 hours writing this shit. I can link it. I think it's a pretty interesting backstory. You guys will see me role-playing it starting on the 22nd in that Stellaris game, but let me put in like a Google Doc and link it real quick. It's really, I think it's an interesting premise. I got this really cool idea and I was just like, oh man, that's good. I just rolled with it. So, and yeah, I stayed up till 6 a.m. doing that. It's all my fault, but yeah. We're in. 1 second. I'll link it. Like the save that's being disturbed is not synced. Perhaps. We'll see. Where did I link that thing? Have you ever played in the New World? Yes. No, I haven't streamed it though. I might by myself in single player, yes, when I'm not streaming. But I don't think I've ever streamed in the New World. It'd be fun to do an Inca game or something. That translated really weird. But anyway, Samurai, if you're interested in seeing the thing I wrote, if you have the Stellaris rule in the Discord, if you go in the Stellaris reservations and scroll to the top, you'll find like the whole backstory of that empire. That well, not empire. They're complicated. They're a divergency dictatorship directorate, martial council kind of thing. But the story's in there if you're interested. Yeah, this isn't looking good. Yeah, Sunset Invasion would be a lot of fun, Scythe. I did make a TLDR for it though. I guess I'll post that in chat. This is an overview of basically the guides I wrote yesterday or this morning. It should be fun. We are now trading in opium, which somehow reduces our corruption. I don't really follow that, but alright. So Miwar a player? No, they're not. Yeah, so like when we're gonna start the Stellaris game, I'm gonna start the roleplay literally like a month after it happened. So there hasn't been any time to adjust in the roleplay yet for them. Like, we're gonna start literally 1 month after that event happened in the history of the Arcallans when the Stellaris game starts. So the early game is just gonna basically role-playing the fallout of that, both like identity-wise for the species, because their species is really complicated, and then generally the fact that no one on there knows how to farm, mine, they have no space infrastructure, they have no fleet. So I'm as soon as we get the game, I'm deleting my fleet. I don't know if you can, but if you can, I'm also gonna delete the starbase in orbit, so that we start with fucking nothing. And I'm gonna make sure that we're in like a food deficit, because again, there were really no farms on the planet. It was an administrative world. It was the hub of a like interstellar, directorate or divergency. So yeah, should be interesting. Well, they'll never see them again. Maybe. Definitely not before they die in their generation. I'm gonna roleplay us basically trying to find the Infinity Machine in this universe, because in the lore of it, I'm gonna say that like every universe has the Infinity Machine in Stellaris, because it exists in every single possible universe. So basically our goal for the game is gonna be to find the Infinity Machine so we can try and figure out how to get back. And I kind of know what I want to do with it already, so it should be interesting. If folks in that game are up for a pre-built save, I would like to basically edit in a really high population on my one planet, have only basically administrative districts on it, and have no farming on it at all. And I want to roleplay like the possible collapse of the civilization. If I get a game over, I'm fine with it. But I want to basically, if folks are up for that, I'd love to do that. So there would be like a holo, there'd be like a like a holo theater, a bunch of administrative districts, and maybe like a diplomacy hub of my capital. And then everything else would just be like in cities and housing, and then like maybe 1 or 2 alloy manufacturers. That's it. Yeah, kind of like Coruscant, but like way smaller, because they were nowhere near the size of the Coruscant, but equivalent to it. A planet in the vein of Coruscant in terms of like what its purpose is, right? Which is an administrative and diplomatic hub. So yes, I'm looking forward to that. I got the idea for it this morning at around 3 a.m. and I was just like, I can't go to bed without like writing this out, so I did. And yeah, thus the fact that I'm running on no sleep. As promised, we will continue to build up our manufacturers, or not manufacturers, production hubs. Hopefully it won't be game over in 40 minutes to the fungal infection this time. Yeah, I hope so too, Escova. That was horrible. Both by Joel Epstein Mega Church roleplay. I watched someone play as Ireland across the full Paradox game line. It was hilarious. Hell yeah. How are we doing on tech? We'll go up to the flute, and then I'm going to start using our diplomatic points to develop our territory, especially the capital. So he did a grand campaign for Ireland, is what he did. Did he expand outside of Ireland, or did he just play in Ireland the whole grand campaign? I'm curious. That I'm very curious about. We are over our limit, aren't we? Yep. We'll need to build a regimental camp when we can to maintain the military that we have. Costs 170. They're not cheap. Yeah, the grand campaign, and it's the largest was the grand hegemony of Ireland. That's pretty fucking cool, Scythe. Who was that streamer, if you don't mind me asking? I'll go check him out. That sounds really cool. We have to upgrade part of this fleet, though. We'll do that in a little bit. Whoa. This is a world trade port, and I didn't realize it. Chittagong. We still have to upgrade Dhaka as well. And we have to upgrade the Barakatra. Got a lot to do. Irish Space Empire Whiskey 1 reporting. Locks foils into attack position, Lottie. Man. Yeah, that sounds interesting, not gonna lie. We lost our advisor. Brahmins are really upset right now. Let's see if we can do anything to ease religious tensions with them. Well, we'll do the Diet first. That'll help. And we will do it the Brahmins like. So we'll need to build a temple in Sonargaon. Sonargaon? Sonargaon? Where is it? Sonargaon. There it is. 83. We'll go ahead and start that right now. Let's see if there's anything else we can do for the Brahmins. Not really. Same with the Rajputs. We'll do this later. Right now we have trade ships and trade policy still centralized underneath the government of Bengal, and we're not going to give that away yet. In the future, when we deal with the bureaucratic crisis and centralized control back under the government, in terms of like domestic monetary production policy, I think opening up trade fleets to privatization would be an option, but not yet. We'll wait on that. He spent the whole CK2 slowly taking the British Isles, and EU4 he took Europe, and Victoria 2 he just had some trade shit. That's fair. Moradin. Let me look him up. See if I can find him here. Moradin. Yeah, he's not popping up for me. Can't find him. Yeah, oh well. Victoria Simulate, speculate the markets and you're not in the top 8 powers. Shut the fuck up and don't colonize. This was several years ago, maybe a year or two after Stars came out. Oh damn, that was a long time ago, man. Jesus Christ. Ancient era in Paradox. The times before. Globalization. He dev spawned it in, which I'm gonna refuse to do any dev spawning of institutions, but I'm not opposed to benefiting from him doing it after it spreads to us. I think it's a little too gamey for me. I don't really want to do that in my roleplay. But I understand why people want to do it. I get it. Almost there. Alright, I look at missions literally all game. What else do we need? We need to take all that. That's fair. We'll do that at some point. In workshops. Going into the Ganges. We need all that. Goddamn. The flutes. We'll get the reader. We'll get the scythe. And then I'm going to work on deving until we embrace colonialism. We are never going to agree to this, so no. We'll build the... Oh, we can build shipyards now. Wonderful. We'll build the regiment camp when we can first, so we can maintain what we currently have. New madrasa. Foreign citizens of West Bengal have made a number of charitable donations for the establishment of a new madrasa in Howrah. They invited scholars not only from the wider West Bengal, but also from Pandua and even foreign theologians. We can get them cheaper down here, so we'll build one there. Midnapur. And then we're gonna build, I do want to build some shipyards on the coastline so we get more trade ships. I feel the Vigiar player is not role-playing much. He's had like 3 interactions with you and he's your neighbor. No, I don't expect him to overnight become a good role player. He's a casual player who's playing with us because I think that he's open and interested in roleplay, but not really, he's not sure about it yet. A lot of players, I think, find it kind of cringy when they first get into these games, but my mindset, as long as I roleplay around him and I keep roleplaying with him, and maybe he gets interested in it, or maybe he doesn't, he gets bored and leaves. So it's up to him. And I'm okay. Like, again, like the Sunday EU4 games, they are one of our introductory games. So I'm not going to really push like a super high quality like roleplay level for folks. I'm not going to expect it. In the upcoming Stellaris game, in the Grand Roleplay campaign, games that will not be introductory games, if there was a player like this, we'd have a long talk and he might lose his roles. But this is different, you know. I'm glad. Well, I have to film a 10-minute video essay tomorrow. I'm done with 3 months. Fuck yeah, Mage. You got it done. You crunched it out, baby. Fuck yeah. No, you are right, Escova. He's not doing a ton, but I'm okay with that. He's new to roleplay, obviously, so that's fine. He can learn at his own pace, and as long as he's not doing like just super gamey shit and ruining the game for players, I don't have an issue. Nah, you had it. You were fine. You were fine. Nice, pretty cheap. They'll give us a huge naval force limit, which we'll use to produce a ridiculous amount of light ships, as well as produce a bunch of galleys so we can protect the shipping lanes from pirates. Though to be fair, they have not been almost an issue at all since we dealt with the Pigu pirates. I'm in the best university in my country. I never studied before, so I am not used to actually needing to study. College is like that. I was like that when I transferred to UCSD, UC San Diego. I'd never really needed to study before in my life, and I did there, which was a bit of a culture shock. Like in high school.
Esteemed Sultan.
Hmm?
Esteemed Sultan, I have great news for you. The people of Sicily, we have perfected a recipe, a craft, an art, some may call it. Colaglio, I can't speak Italian, but we've invented something called pizza. That's what we call it. Not even kidding, I have an event.
You actually had an event for it?
Yep.
Fucking
I can
beautiful.
send you the screenshot.
Actually, please do, because I
pizza.
kind of want to see what that event is.
I just invented. I have to tab out. You know how this goes.
God damn it! It's worth it for the spicy pizza.
Yeah, I'm browsing to it. I'm gonna send you the screenshot, but I'm straight up inventing pizza in game. I'm just gonna put that in the public announcements. Like, fuck it.
Do it.
Just the screenshot. Invent pizza.
Hello, is this the Sultanate of Bengal?
Hello, who am I speaking with?
You're speaking to Commodore Fernando of the Royal Navy of the Spanish Armada.
Commodore? I assume that is some rank in your military.
Yes.
Perhaps
I am one of the
your
highest ranks in
translator
mine.
is messing up that word, but what would it be in my language?
Admiral, maybe?
Ah,
I do not know.
You are a man of great naval prowess, then. You are always welcome in my court. I shall send for a regime. Someone find my admiral. Get a regime in here. I would wish him to speak with this man as well. It'll be just a moment. He's always around here somewhere. What can I do for you, Admiral?
Well, we were just passing by as we were discovering this area. We discovered that this is actually India, and not the new lands as we have discovered about maybe 50 or 40 years ago. We were wondering if we can establish possible trade deals in the future once we establish a colony nearby.
Of course. The Sultanate of Bengal cares only for trading with all who come to her shores. Our traders have traveled far. Would you perhaps be from England?
No, I'm from Spain.
Are those different places in Europa?
Yes, it's different places of the Iberian Peninsula.
The peninsula. So England's in Iberia too? You're both in a peninsula?
No. England are a bunch of pesky, slanted teeth men that live on an island north of us. They're very annoying. They like to flex that they have a better navy.
Slanted teeth.
Yes, slanted. They have very crooked teeth.
Ah.
Oh my god.
Gum disease. Translator, can you tell? Gum disease. Gum disease? Infection of the mouth.
Oh, that's not the only infections those English
They have
carry.
very bad breath as well.
Yes. Make sure disgusting.
Cover your
disgusting.
They're dirty people. They're barbarians.
So tell me, what brings you from the Iberian Peninsula?
Well,
Admiral.
currently we are exploring. We are exploring the regions of the map that we have not been able to properly fill in. We're just discovering new places. We've discovered your lands just recently, maybe about 10 or so years ago. We were on our way to a land called Japan.
The islanders to the east. They are very fierce and warlike. I'd be careful with them. We trade now and then with them. A ship has gone there before, but they were not well received.
I see. Well, we will be establishing possibly a colony to the south in the Indian Ocean, and from there we would love to establish a trade network.
Trading ports? Translator, trading ports? Is that what he's saying? We don't have this word. Colony, what is this?
It's a place where we settle. We resettle our people.
It's like a place where you point a musket at people and tell them to make you pizza.
No. We are not the British. We do not kill Native Americans. We coexist with them.
These are empty islands you put your people on then.
Yes.
That seems
And we
very
tell them
cruel.
to build on.
Why would you make them live in such places?
Well, we believe that these areas are of great use to us.
We've heard of these islands to the south of us. There's nothing there.
Well, to us, there's much value, trade value to us.
Trade value?
Yes.
I mean, I suppose the seashells. Do you also use seashells in your economy in Iberian Peninsula?
No, we use gold.
Gold?
Yes, very shiny metal. Would you like some? I have some on me.
Gold.
I've seen it.
As a
I've
sign
seen
to
it.
our-
Not
of
silver.
our
You have
friendship.
gold. How much of it do you have?
It's got a lot.
Well, we have plenty. We have treasure ships that come and go from our colonies in the new Americas, the new Americanas.
Where is this? Are these islands also to the south of us?
No, they're not islands. It is a great, vast, open wilderness, untamed by Christian men.
Ah, like the waste to the north, like the steppe.
I do not know where the steppe is, sir.
No, I
Where was the
understand. I
steppe you
understand.
speak of?
I understand. But the steppe, it has gold. I did not realize that.
What?
I do not know of the steppe having gold. I've never been to the steppe.
No,
I do not know
these
where the steppe
colonies
is.
you built in the steppe and in these lands you speak of, they have gold.
Oh.
Yes, quite a bit of gold.
Ooh, wow. We have much silver here. At the mint cities, they produce coins of great value of silver, but gold, man, I have some in my royal reserves, but gold is not in circulation for currency. It would be stolen and melted down and hoarded in Bengal.
That seems rather barbaric.
Barbaric.
To melt it down and just
Gold is very precious.
very precious. It is. We use it
Indeed.
for our economy.
Well, if you have gold, and you would trade with us with gold, Bengal would very much wish to open up trade relations with you.
Well, I do have a chest here, not of a lot of gold, but it is a little bit of gold. Maybe we can. I'll give it to you as a gift for
A gift of gold.
Good faith.
The Iberian Peninsula must be a very rich land for such an offering.
Oh yes, it is. It
Well,
is the richest.
if it's for good relations, we use it very well. We use it towards our good
You
relations.
honor
and
my house.
establishing
You
friendship.
honor the Sultanate of Bengal with such a great gift. We would, of course, accept it and offer you a gift of our own. We have animals here that are of great beauty and will be strange to a foreigner like yourself. They are great beasts. How big are your ships? Are they able to carry an elephant? I would offer you one from my personal court.
What is an elephant?
Oh,
Sir, I've never seen.
you have not seen
I've
an
never seen
elephant.
such.
Admiral,
Oh, you've never
I
seen an
have
elephant.
something to
What are you
show
talking
you. Ah, Ajim, you are here. Come. It is another admiral from a strange land.
Never seen
Come to my
guy.
courtyard. Let me show you. You foreigners, you never have seen such a creature before, I promise. Come look. This great beast before you is an elephant.
God, it's
Many
massive.
of my people
Holy
ride them
shit.
into battle. They are great beasts. And I would be
You
happy
ride-
to give you one for my royal court if you can fit it on your ship. We sent one to our Kilwa friends once.
I believe we could
It was
fit this on
it
our
was
ship. Our
logistically
ships
very
are
difficult, but
big.
for your gold, a gift like this is of equal recompense.
Hold on. You can ride those suckers.
You can ride them. It is dangerous, I warn you. They are not tameable, but if one learns the ways well enough, you can ride them into battle. It is not easy.
How dangerous?
They are very dangerous, I will be honest. This one, they are tame. I have people for this. They have tamed these creatures to a degree over time. I'd be happy to send you someone as well who will keep this beast tamed for you on your ship when you return home to the Iberian Peninsula.
I would greatly appreciate that, Sultanate. Here is the chest of gold I promised.
A great gift indeed. And we will offer you this great elephant as a gift to your what do they call them in Europa? King, I believe.
Yes, king.
The king. They call
Indeed.
him king.
Indeed.
Right now we have currently we have our new king. Sadly the queen passed away, but our new king is doing well.
I am sorry to hear that.
Rest her soul.
Well, I hope that you will become good friends of the Sultanate of Bengal. Your wealth and your gold is always welcome in Bengalese ports. We have much to trade here and much to offer. Our land is full of great and fantastical textiles, as well as other goods. We have opium, we have salt, we have spices, we have textiles, we have cotton, we have paper, we have glass, we have all manage of great goods here, and of course elephants. More if you would like to buy them.
Spices will definitely be within our interests, and I will be gladly to talk to you again about this when we returned to Spain with the great news.
Are you a man who partakes in opium? We can smoke a bit before you leave.
Oh yes.
I do
Now
not
you're
take
talking,
part in
buddy.
the opium, but through my travels, I
course.
have met many cultures, and one of the things I do love is smoking a little bit of what do they call it in your language? It's a 7-leaf plant. Has about 7 little leaves on one leaf, you know?
I believe they call it hashish.
Hashish.
Hashish smokers. The Westerners, my brothers, they smoke it. The Northerners in Nepal, I know some of the holy men smoke it, but it is not as good as opium. Why would you smoke such a thing? Opium is far better.
I've never had opium.
Would you like to try some? It is very commonplace for us to smoke it here. It helps take the edge off of the stresses that come from leadership. As an admiral, I'm sure you know this.
I would rather keep it in moderate use. However, I would definitely.
Wonderful.
If it is custom to partake in it,
It is. I would not be insulted as you are a foreigner, but if you would share a pipe of opium with me before you be on your way with your great gift, I would be honored to. It is more than welcome after your gift of gold.
All right. Well, let's partake in the as you call it, the opioid.
I think the game's done, by the way. So
yeah, it is.
Oh.
Well, you pick this up next time.
All right. So how about the opioid?
I'm getting the Spanish admirals addicted to opium, and I'm gonna sell it to y'all. We're gonna reverse opium war you, son.
Well, we're gonna be reverse opioid because you have to go do it to the.
All right, really quick, since the game's over, can you guys help me grab everyone to the same channel? I want to do like kind of just like talks with folks at the end of games now, so we're gonna start doing that.
Yeah.
Just tell everyone to head up into man, what do we want to do? Just like the top channel.
Just do.
New Zealand's about to get
New Zealand channel.
Everyone's going to New Zealand.
Oh no, hub. I think we have to create one.
We're all done, right? Momoki, we're all done, right?
Yeah, I
Alright,
think
cool.
so. But
Can you-
Willow didn't tell me anything. I
Can-
think he's left.
Cool. Can you go help me grab everyone into the top channel real quick, and then afterwards let's have a little just quick chat with staff real quick. It won't take too long.
Oh, make some good.
Game is over. Can you head up to the top channel here real quick, the New Zealand one? Game is over. Can you all head up to the top channel real quick? Game is over. Can you all head up to the top channel, New Zealand? You know what? I'm just gonna go up your way. I'll pull everyone to just come
I
up.
was doing opioids with that.
Yeah, that was pretty funny.
Stop after this
Spain,
match.
we know you aren't RPing that.
I was 100% RPing that.
Yeah,
The man, he
it
wished
did
to
happen.
smoke hashisha, not opium. Very strange.
You want to say you're not high right now?
Listen. I will. Listen, the king's not high. Oh, he might be high. I don't know. But me, as a commodore of the royal fleet of Spania, of course I'm high. High on prestige. High on honor.
To be kingdom of foam this time.
I'm pulling everyone in here 1 second because we are ending. I want to just say a few things real quick. Man, there's a lot of players in here.
Gotta say, Naples has officially invented pizza, so if anybody wants a trade deal.
All right, real quick, guys. We are ending here. This is the end of the second session. We had a lot of issues today. We're gonna try and figure out what happened with that over the course of the week. It does still seem semi-stable, so obviously we can keep going. But yeah, we'll hopefully get that figured out. Next session is next Sunday, same time, 12:15 Eastern. Again, if y'all could get here a little bit early, just so we make sure there's no issues and stuff, I'd appreciate that. Beyond that, roleplay can be continued throughout the week in the EU4 Public Statements channel, so if you want to keep doing some roleplay throughout the week, you're welcome to. For the most part, this has been a really good game. I think we're having a lot of good roleplay. It's looking like a lot of fun, so just want to thank you all for participating again. And yeah, we are going to keep this going. Basically, we want to try and get to the end of the game. We tried that with the first game. This is our second EU4 game/series, and we are looking to get to the end, so just a reminder to kind of pace yourself, folks. I mean, like, if you're expanding quickly, it will make the mid to end game a lot more boring, and you might just get bored and leave. And so I think moderation in that regard is a good idea, though we won't force you to do that. Just a reminder that these are introductory games now, the Sunday EU4 games, which means they're open to everyone. Unless you get the rank of Prime Minister, which is the third RP rank, you can find that in the FAQ section. You will not be able to join our regular games, only the ones with the tag and events that has introductory games. We will be probably handing out some roles after today's game. I'm going to have a quick talk with the other folks. If you feel like you roleplayed with someone really well and that they did a good job and you just generally had a good time roleplaying with them, there is a channel at the top of the Discord, which you are able to use to nominate people. It's called Ranking Nominations. If you want to throw a nomination in there, if you think that someone did a good job, and because staff can't see everything, right, just feel free to do that. But yeah, Beyond that, we got a few like our introductory CK3 games this week. We got one on Tuesday for Iberia. We got an England one on Friday, and then we'll be back with this next Sunday. So, all right, guys, thanks for participating. That's all.
Thank you.
GG.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good game.
All right, I am going to go on the stream. I am exhausted. I'm on 3 or 4 hours of sleep. We are going to go raid someone. Let's see. I think LMG's isn't LMG playing some EU4? Crusader's playing some Anbanar. I might go raid him. I think I raided LMG the other day. He's a cool dude, but he is playing EU4. I'm gonna go raid. We'll go raid Crusader real quick. He's a cool dude. We're gonna go raid this guy. He's a really good at EU4. He's a great guy to watch and listen to if you want to learn EU4. He's a nice guy. He's pretty entertaining. He's pretty chill. He's using some Anbanar, which is like a fantasy, like sort of in like I guess the Warhammer theme mod right now. So it should be pretty interesting to watch. I'll be back streaming Tuesday with Iberia, and then I will be back again probably Friday streaming the third edition of the England game. All right, have a good night, folks.